don't see it.
You can't.
Now this should be used, yes.
Yes.
I don't see it. So you open here.
You'll be able to use the room.
It's simple. The other two is the manual. Where you zoom in, you focus. But watch you at the top.
All thing na you setting, bro.
I'm not denying you.
No, come on, amigo.
We'll go yonder, bro. You know. No.
What's up, buddy? Say. I guess Man City now you wanna lock people.
We don't begin let's go. Then take it.
I swear, they go stop all that.
Get out of here. Boss, understand this, sir? Boss, understand this? Okay, your level, always the checker. No, they don't know the fit. They know the fit already. You're gonna have to wait for a second. You have to go do penalty. You have to go penalty. Okay, now that means you can bust for me. Now bust for me. The game be done. The game be done. That means watch the highlights. Room to room, long time. Hey bro, yeah, you?
say, say,
Yeah. So you do the maintenance, how you can check.
You don't know.
You know.
Just follow students, like. This is a bad guy. A bad guy. That way, you know that. Come in. I'm not saying, you know the deal. Okay, yeah. Yeah. That is. Say, you can.
Where in charge of the chamber for the maintenance? Most of the chairs are on the so the mechanism depending with the last people are not.
now the same people in the get in contact with that school.
Money for school maintenance. No, I think I took
Actor is watching for this.
So they will watch me. Almighty God, without whose help labor is useless, without whose light search is vain, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our deliberations, and laying aside our private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name. Amen.
Mr. Speaker, the time is past 10. I therefore want to move that we suspend SO 52. The business will also commence.
SO is the committee speaker.
All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. The ayes have it. Hold on. Let me take this opportunity. This is a new session that we are starting. Maybe it is appropriate that I remind honorable members about their obligation to this house. I thought starting late has become a thing of the past.
As usual.
Recently, I observed that we are relapsing into our old ways from time to time. Frankly, I hope this is the last time that I will feel compelled to remind honorable members about the obligation to attend sittings promptly. And I'll be observing throughout the remainder of the session the performance of each and every member of Parliament. I would also, in that vein, like to implore the whips to assist the effort by ensuring that their members are in good attendance. Yes. Honorable Eddie Chago.
Speaker, I accept your observation. Of course, it is our responsibilities as members of Parliament to be very certain that we come to the House when it is useful and necessary. And we on this side, we continue to plead with our membership to ensure that we attend parliamentary sessions on time. We also will give instructions to the 2 weeks to ensure that we remind our membership on this side about their commitments and obligations to the House itself. As Mr. Speaker, what we should do now is to look at the rules one more time, because after the arrival of Corona, the impression was given that to maintain social distance and physical distance, it was no longer necessary for all of us to be there at the same time. And since it was not very clear as to who should come and who should not come, this is also partly responsible for the lethargy that is creeping into. So I would suggest that we agree with you. The Parliament must always be
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, sir. If I may say one thing, sir, please. With your permission.
Not in your defense.
Not in my defense, no, sir.
To
To buttress what my colleague on the other side of the aisle just said. Considering the fact that we are going through a very difficult time under these COVID-19 situations, most of the MPs here representing their constituencies are from the interior. And I can assure you, sir, most of them are sympathizing with their brothers and sisters in the interior. The notice to the sitting came. The notice to the sitting came too late, Mr. Speaker. So if today you did not see much attendance, I am not defending them, but I agree with you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the attendance must be correct, but we also must be mindful that most of the honorables are from the interior, and we must stay with them, with the people and the community in order to sympathize with them, Mr. Speaker. But we obey you, sir. No problem. We will obey. But please be mindful, if you did not see the house as full as it used to be, please, sir, be understandable enough to know that some of these honorables are within their constituencies attending to people. Thank you, sir.
One of the fundamental responsibilities of an MP is to represent his constituents in this house. But carrying out that sacred duty does not mean that you should compromise your other obligations. You should recognize that there are competing demands on your time, and therefore you should try to prioritize. You should know when to come to Parliament, and when it's time to come to Parliament, to do so punctually. So please, let's not begin to use COVID-19 as an excuse. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Godrich just used the COVID-19 as an excuse for members of the House who are in the interior. I don't know whether the members of Parliament who only help by doing sensitization and providing needed materials to help the communities covered to COVID-19 can be used as an excuse for parliamentary attendance. And unfortunately, my colleague who just spoke on the issue has his constituency in Freetown. And that colleague, if I may say, is one of the most irregular. So I don't know, for some of us that have a constituency in the community, yet can attend parliament, and a colleague who resides in Godrich, where he has a constituency, cannot attend, might be used as an excuse. So let us don't endorse what Mr. Speaker was saying, that people want to use COVID-19 as an excuse for parliamentary attendance. To be here, my colleague on the other side, the other come he's coming from Sudan, but he's already in the house. My colleague from Kenima, the deputy speaker on the other side, Nigeria, is also coming from Kenima, but we are all always here. Let us always remember, please find another excuse which we might accept. But this one is not telling you that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just to be further, the submission made by the honorable member, may I ask the honorable members who are representing the Western area to please rise and be recognized. How many of them should there be? Western area.
Western area, Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to.
Before that, please. Honorable Member, sit down. Yes, all this. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we said this session is this session. And we said we must move by procedures in the House. And we are governed by our party in the standing orders. Not us only on the other side. But if you are on this other side too, you should respect the regulations and the procedures governed in this House. Only remember, if you want to start to speak, if the speaker is speaking, you use SO 41. Read SO 41. And you have to stand on the appropriate standing order. We give you our body on the other side. We ask you to sit down, but if you don't stand on the appropriate standing order, you cannot reach out and accept it. Yeah? So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make that correction. That you are not just stand because you want to stand and put your mind when you want to speak. There's procedure, you use the appropriate procedure. I want to be fair to the House.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I suggest that you ignore the head count and wait for
Mr. Speaker, I also join my opposition on the other side for us to abandon the head count. Please. Let us progress. We have quorum, Mr. Speaker, please.
And the leader of the opposition will assure this House that this is the last time that this kind of conduct will be allowed.
Mr. Speaker, we will consult with our whips and we will get back to you. But you will agree with me that today is the first time, so we hope it will be the last as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I agree with your speakers. And to submit that from today henceforth, we'll make sure that MPs attend the sitting. For one clarification I want to make, because my colleague from Western area, in his remarks indicted the leadership. How? Let me finish. He said the notice for the sitting today came in very late. Let me clarify that point, Mr. Speaker. We are supposed to sit on Tuesday, and when the sitting was postponed, immediately we sent out notice that the sitting for Tuesday has been postponed to today. So for him to say that the sitting was impromptu is not correct. Probably he doesn't go to our WhatsApp thread. I want to encourage him to be visiting the WhatsApp and forum regularly, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
On that note, Mr. Speaker, I tender my apology, please. I tender my apology.
There are 27 members representing the Western area, both urban and rural. And if we are to do a head count, I'm sure your membership will be below 50% of that.
Mr. Speaker, even the room that they are in the
I want to amend the other people. I want to amend the other people. The deputy speaker is not around. This is of control, of circumstances beyond his control. The paper will be name of papers. One, it will now be the Deputy Chief Whip, who's a member of the Public Account Committee, to do the laying of paper for the Public Account Committee. That is our meeting, instead of the chairman.
Is there not a deputy chairman?
No, I did not see him, not around.
PAC?
No, not him. I've done that already. It's not around.
Very well.
Thank you.
Shall we proceed?
Record of voter proceedings from Monday, 6 July 2020.
Honorable members, we shall skip pages 1 through to 4, bearing the names of members of parliament. And we'll start consideration of the votes and proceedings from page 5. Any amendments or observations? I see none. Page 6. Page 7. The last page, page 8. Can someone please move?
I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say nay. The ayes have it.
Record of votes and proceedings from Monday, 6 July 2020 has been adopted. Laying of papers. Honorable Alusan Kane, member to the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the following document. Audit Service Sierra Leone Performance Audit Report on Management of Government Vehicles, Minister of Transport and Aviation, Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority.
Two, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
COVID-19.
I'm responsible for COVID-19. This one are COVID, yeah. It's going on now, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I seek your leave to lay on the table of this honorable House the following papers. 1. Agreement on cultural and artistic cooperation between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the government of the State of Kuwait, dated 17th November 2019. 2. Agreement on cooperation in the field of technical education and professional training between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the government of the State of Kuwait, dated 17th November 2019. 3. Agreement on establishing Joint Commission for Cooperation between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the government of the State of Kuwait.
Bill. A bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020, being an act to amend the Public Order Act 1965, Act number 46 of 1965, by repealing Part 5, which deals with defamatory and seditious libel, and to provide for other related matters. The Minister of Information and Communications. Introduction and first reading.
Mr. Speaker, we also properly examined the bill. We had a bill. So I rise on SO 77 to ask the legislative chairman
to give us report.
Very well.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I rise on SO 77 to confirm to this honorable House that in line with SO 77, the privilege was conducted on the instrument about to be laid before the House, and all necessary documents that were supposed to be provided for honorable members to examine critically before such a bill is laid were provided by the Minister of Information and other key stakeholders whose responsibility it was to bring forth those documents. And we are certified pursuant to Section 70, subsection 7, that such a bill is right for sale to be laid before the House. Mr. Speaker, if you want, I can read subsection 7. I think members are going to confuse. Section 70, subsection 7 reads, 77 reads, A. There shall be a committee to be known as the Legislative Committee, consisting of a maximum. Okay, B. It shall be the duty of the committee to scrutinize bills committed to it at a second reading process, or, as the case may be, to assess prior to the inception of passage their appropriateness for introduction in the House, to examine constitutional and statutory instruments, examine instruments laid on the table of the House pursuant to subsection 7 of section 70 of the Constitution, and to oversee the Constitution. The exercise that I am now performing, honorable members, fall under the rubric, under the sentence, to examine their appropriateness for introduction in the House. So we are ascertaining, as at this stage, that the instrument about to be laid before the House is appropriate for sale to be laid. We need to bring a report at this stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can we get the minister to introduce the bill?
I think, honorable members, let us be clear what that provision tells us. There are two segments to it. There is a segment dealing with reference to the privilege in order to assess the appropriateness for introduction of a bill to the House. And the second part of that SO deals with reference, or the reference back to the Legislative Committee after the second reading. So it is the first that we are dealing with, according to what I understood from the chairman of the Legislative Committee.
As always, Mr. Speaker, you are so correct, sir.
Very well. Mr. Minister, you may proceed.
Yes, sir.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Public Order Amendments Act 2020 be read for the first time.
Well, members, the question is that the bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020 be read the first time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
the bill entitled the Public Order Amendments Act 2020 has been read the first time. Second reading.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Public Order Amendments Act 2020 be read the second time. We have brought this to the Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, and colleagues from SLAJ. We have brought this bill today for reading so that we could address a historical quagmire that this country has found herself in. 55 years on, we have continued to maintain the criminal libel law on our book law books. By retaining this provision, it puts us in violation of 12 other international legislations. We believe at this time that we will drive other progressive nations of the world to change it. You could also recall that it is part of His Excellency's very, very, very entrenched commitment to this nation to ensure that once voted in as President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, he will ensure that the criminal libel law is repealed. These steps we are taking, and our presence here today is a testimony to that commitment. Furthermore, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, I also wish to note that because of the presence of the criminal libel law provisions in our law books, the media in Sierra Leone has not been able to attract much needed investment in the sector because both public and private sector investors are scared to invest resources in the media for fear that with this Damascus sword hanging over the shoulders or the heads of media practitioners, they might wake up one morning and all their investment is feasible. Because along the supply chain, right from the editor, right from the readership, publisher, everybody who gets anything to do with an article deemed seditious or libelous, could go to jail. So we are committed to decriminalizing the practice of journalism. Furthermore, Right Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament, I wish to note that this profession is not been able to attract the best and the most brilliant minds, except for those who dare. Because for the most part, you find out, because there is the absence of investment in the sector, people are not, for the most part, paid salaries, and nobody wants to ramble into a profession, a career that does not guarantee you remunerations. We believe when we repeat, we'll be able to attract the much needed investment into the sector. We will be able to pay salaries to our media practitioners, and that will be the beginning of singing the dirge for attack, defend, and collect journalism, for which many of us are falling prey to in this house. Honourable Speaker, honourable members, we also wish to ensure that we repeal the criminal libel law so that our country will drive other progressive and civilized nations of the world to unshackle the media. Liberia next door did it in 2017, if I'm right. Ghana did it in 2001. So we are one of those countries that are still maintaining this on our law books, and we have made great strides in many areas. Once we do this as a country, we'll have our rating on the Global Press Freedom Index improve, and a whole lot of things comes along with that. So in this vein, I'd like to graciously ask this House to consider this review, among several other things. I know there have been concerns about giving rights, giving freedoms without responsibilities. There are enough safeguards, and literally the affairs of this House, there are enough safeguards in existing legislations to ensure that journalists do not get unprofessional, they do not get reckless. There is the civil defamation law. There is also the bankruptcy provision. And probably in the same breath, there is the reviewed Independent Media Commission Code. So all of these will ensure that journalists do not run amok simply because we have opinion. We note that it takes 1 million years to build a hard-earned reputation, to build a solid reputation, and we know how, over the years, media practitioners have crashed the hard-won reputations of very serious violations. We are mindful of this, and that is why we have taken bold steps to enact the new legislation which will be enacted. So I like, at this point, Honourable Speaker, members of Parliament, for you to consider repealing Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. for these and many more reasons that I will explain to you here and later. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020 be read for a second.
I thank the Honorable Minister. But before I put the question, I would want to invite both the leader of government business and the leader of the opposition to come up.
This from so smaller distance. It is shift small. I'll go back. Come up. Yes. That's it.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, please pay attention as indeed the Minister of Information has reminded this House. This sitting represents an historic occasion. I'll put the question. The bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020 be read the second time.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today is indeed a historic day for Sierra Leone. We, as members of parliament, if I'm not wrong, 60% of us are about to take a decision on a legislation that is older than us. The criminal...
He says 60%, and that's a fact.
The criminal libel law
is correct.
Found its way in our law books in the year 1961.
Rebecca,
6 years before
Kathleen,
the birth
you said it's not
of
1965.
the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists. In 1971, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists was born by one of the best, or one of our brothers called Samet Ziga, who was called the doyen of the profession of journalism. The moment this association was born, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Samet Ziga wasted no time to start pushing for the repeal of the criminal libel law. So, if we count from the year 1971 to today, if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about 50 years thereafter. People have been fighting for the repeal of this law. Why would be tempted to ask the question, why has it taken so long that this law has not been repealed? There are indeed pros and cons to the repeal of this law. In the 70s, it would have seemed impossible to repeal such a law. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, trends have moved on. The way society was in the 70s and the way society is in this century, 2020, is quite different. Today, we can now freely talk about freedom of speech, freedom of movement. The rights of the human being is being considered so very heavily. It was not like that in the 70s. Even those of us in this house, the way politics was in those days and the way it is today are two different things. So we have been opportune, we are privileged to be in this house, to be given the opportunity to sit and decide on the legislation that precedes the age of most of us, but that will have to impact the growth of our society and get our counterparts in other jurisdictions admire us so very much if we are to come to the agreement that we get this particular law out of our law books. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as we debate this law, I know every Sierra Leonean is listening and waiting to know the outcome of this exercise. Because every Sierra Leonean has the right, and every Sierra Leonean has the right to protect his right. The right, my right, stops where the right of the other citizens starts. Nobody would love for his right to be infringed on. Nobody would want his hard-earned reputation to be damaged. And at the same time, no professional wants to practice his or her profession in fear. We lawyers practice our profession without fear or favor. So I am sure the journalists want to practice their profession. They want to practice their profession without having any sword hanging over their head. All the reason why, since the back of the of Sludge, Sam Metziger, down to the current president, have been fighting for the repeal of this law. And the fight against the criminal libel law as Sierra Leoneans actually got to its apex under the presidency of Master Umaru Fofana. I can still remember when he approached the Supreme Court to declare such a law a bad law. After so much hand-bending and twisting, as people will say, it took some time, I won't say delay, it took some time within the walls of the law court. A ruling was finally delivered, and Mr. Umaru Fofana did not end up getting what he wanted. But by way of protest, he said he was not going to cut off his hair until such a law was taken out of our law books. If I'm to look around, I'm sure I will see Master Umaru Fofana. The last time we were in committee room number 1, he had cut his hair because he believes in this house. He is poised that this generation will look at the ramification of us having this law in our law books and the image it creates in the eyes of other partners, other people out of Sierra Leone, and we having this law out of our law books. The last time it came before this house, we being the representatives of the people, the leader of government business then, who is now the ECOWAS speaker, wasted no time to say, yes, we are not against the repeal of this law. What we want safeguards. And as a result of that, we want the IMC to be able to do some work in such a way that Sierra Leoneans will go to bed and comfortably to say the next morning nobody is going to assassinate their character. I am sure so much work was put into that, and very soon we'll all see what was put into that and how much safeguard is in that legislation. But as I stand here as chairman of the legislative committee, I think our duty is to make sure we make laws and we make good laws. Our duty is to make sure other institutions that have the responsibility to reform laws work assiduously so that old laws, in fact very old laws in our law books, are being reformed. So much so that we get new laws that meet the current trend of society. The law, the Public Order Act, which was introduced in our law books in the year 1965, I can refer to, is a very old law. The circumstances that prompted the introduction of that law then, I will say comfortably that most of those circumstances do not exist today. And as a result, I can safely indulge or crave the indulgence of colleague members of parliament to approach this bill with some positive perspective, bearing in mind that if it is repealed, it will do all of us good, particularly so when we have all said we can strengthen safeguards in the IMS Act to prevent or protect IMC Act to protect the rights of Sierra Leoneans. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it has been the promise of every flag bearer candidate before going into election to lure the IMC into believing that when they win election, this bill will be repealed. I am sure in my generation, the late Ahmad Tijan Kaba made that promise. In my generation, I know for sure, not sure, I know for sure that His Excellency, the ex-president, Dr. Anas Nkrumah, made it part of his manifesto. I know for sure that His Excellency, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, made a fervent promise that if he were to win the presidency, he will repeal this law. Mr. Speaker, in politics, to say one thing and to do what you said are not the same. It takes a man with a lion heart who himself has built his reputation over the years, who, as far as my generation is concerned, has been the one most affected as far as character assassination is concerned in politics, to come up and say, yes, I made a promise, a manifesto promise. It was not a promise to enable you to elect me into office. Yes, all that I made in my manifesto. Nobody decides the things. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when this undertone is not meant for the hearing of everyone. I am on my legs, please don't disturb. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is different to make a promise in a manifesto and to deliver on that promise. As I said, I reiterate it again, I will buttress that fact that His Excellency in his manifesto made a promise to the people of Sierra Leone that if you were to vote me into office, I will endeavor and see that the criminal libel law is repealed. Even though he's one such Sierra Leonean whose character has been assassinated wrongly by the fourth estate the most, he has decided to actually keep to his manifesto promise. Under his presidency, this bill has moved several layers, went into cabinet, has been drafted, and for the first time in 50 years is before the House of Parliament today at the stage of third reading. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this in itself is a huge leap in our democracy. That no matter how sensitive an issue is, if you believe in it and you make a promise in your manifesto, you don't lure the people wrongfully to do something, or you don't do misrepresentation. You follow your promise. This government, as we have the Minister of Information here today representing the government, made the promise, followed upon it, and has brought this bill before us today. If we repeal it, everybody's character remains to be protected. One thing I want to say here, the journalists are moving or are pushing for this bill to be repealed. They are not pushing for this bill to be repealed because they want it to benefit them and them alone. Even the president of SLAD, his character can be assassinated. Because in today's and journalism, you really don't need to be a certified journalist for you to go on social media to publish something that is damning to the character of another Sierra Leonean. So they want it because we all as Sierra Leoneans believe our society must move and must move to another level, that will benefit the nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I take my seat, I would want to end on a note of admonition. I would want to end on a note of admonition. I know the profession itself, the profession, the fourth estate, they would have put in place so many regulatory measures. I am sure they now have disciplinary committee, they have the IMC, all geared towards preventing the wrongful assassination of people's character. When I was doing the research, I realized that, like in America, they don't have such.
Do they have or they propose to have?
Come again, Mr. Speaker.
They have, you say so emphatically. Do they have now or they propose to have?
Propose to have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always do it from your well of wisdom. Mr. Speaker, in America, for example, they don't have the criminal libel law. What they have is the very profession has mechanism to clamp down on bad journalism. The profession can regulate itself in such a way that if you have nothing doing in it, you will not practice it. It's a profession that they have to jealous with their claws. It's an enviable profession. I mean, for some of us who are in the legal practice, we admire those colleagues of ours who became journalists first before they became lawyers. Anytime they take the podium, you always see some striking distinction in the way they present their issues. So it's a profession that some of us hold to the highest esteem. It's not something that one should be part of just for costing. Where you go, you meet somebody, he or she gives you 50,000 euros for you to go damage the character of another person for your own bottomless pocket. I will end on this note that if you don't have the requisite qualification, you don't have the fortitude, you don't have the requisite integrity, please don't attempt to tackle the profession of journalism, because integrity is something that people work on from the day of birth to the day of death, and it can be destroyed in a day without that person having the opportunity to recover it the way it was damaged. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I urge all of my colleagues on this occasion in this sitting to debate without personal interest and to have this bill repealed after it would have gone through the necessary stages in this House. Thank you very much.
Thank the honorable member for his contribution to the debate. Indeed, to underscore the point that has been made, that today is a momentous day. I notice we have in our midst the creme de la creme of the media. When we talk about the media in this country, Honorable Abikato, will you kindly take your seat? I feel intimidated sometimes. Because the moment I started speaking, I would have expected him to do the obvious. You want to rise too? Take your seat. I haven't even started my statement yet. As I said, I think we should recognize, and there is a reason why they are all here, the creme de la creme of the media in this country. Men and women of great repute, I would thought. Naturally, we must observe that their interest is at stake. That is why they are with us today. And we want to do justice to their interest. Similarly, it behoves this House to do justice to the public interest. So here you've got to balance the two. How we do it lies in our hands from this day henceforward. It's no longer in the hands of the executive, it's now in the hands of the legislature. So we have to be very censorious and very careful as to how we proceed in discharging this onerous responsibility. We have the Deputy Minister of Information in our midst, who is also a lady of no mean repute in the field of journalism, Madam Mamadi Dube Kamara. We have the Director General of the SLBC, Joseph Kapua, Esquire. And thanks for giving us a live coverage today. We have somebody, I think, who can easily pass as the doyen of the media in this country, Mr. George S. Koreema, Chairman of the IMC. I also, in that connection, must recognize Mr. Hamed Sahid Nasrallah, who is the current president of SLAG. A former SLAG president is also in our midst, Mr. Kelvin Lewis. We have a commissioner of the IMC and a very prominent member also of SLAG, Commissioner Dr. Francis Soa. No, it's part of the House. In fact, it is such an indelible part of our architecture that he doesn't need any mentioning. And lastly, we have Commissioner Mustafa Sise, a member of the IMC. So the IMC has descended upon this House in huge numbers today for reasons that we very well understand. I'm sure many more will follow very shortly. I think it is most appropriate at this time that I recognize the former president of SLAG to take the floor.
much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Speaker, when you mentioned the names of some of our very important members of the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists. May I state, Mr. Speaker, that it would be a great error on my part if I did not recognize the important journalists such as Daisy Bona, who played a very major role in journalism of this country. The late Francis Frank Bosoa, who later became the Member of Parliament and who was president of the Association of Journalists. Mr. Johnson, I don't know whether he's still there. Mr. Johnson also played a major role in developing journalism in Sierra Leone. When we talk about the founding of SLAJ, you cannot complete the statement without mentioning Mr. Johnson. That is what this is all about. Well, of course, some of them are late, and Mr. Speaker has mentioned some of them. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the 1965 Public Order Act became historic simply because it sent very important people to jail. And I remember my great friend Sam Hollis was sent to jail because according to the government in power at the time, he had breached the 1965 Public Order Act. The SLPP. It was around that same time that the 30 days clause was introduced in Sierra Leone. In other words, if you are absent from Parliament for 30 days, it's deemed that you lost your seat in Parliament. Some of our members in the House, including Jammeh, SAT Foruma and others, Mr. Speaker, you remember, lost their seats temporarily because the government at the time said that they had violated the 1965 Public Order Act. But the important thing at the time, Mr. Speaker, was that some of us who wrote articles and those who made statements warned the government at the time that you are breeding a very dangerous example. And this example will not breed good children to the future. So that's why when Charles Magai won his election the first time, the government that came later used the 1965 Public Order Act and the 30-day clause to get it out of Parliament.
The APC government?
The
one party?
The far.
The one party?
Said it was a fatality. The end is that you get to start. The APC the 1965 Public Order Act should be explained in a little bit more detail. We are more interested as journalists in Part 5 of the Public Order Act. For us to suggest that we remove the entire Public Order Act would amount to anarchy and chaos. So we are merely stating the very important Part 5 should be looked into very, very closely. This Part 5 has created quite a lot of problems. People have been sent to jail. People have lost their jobs because of Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. After the war, Mr. Speaker, when it became necessary for us to look at the country, also man, once more, and when President Kaba invited some of us stakeholders to a meeting, among the things we told him was that we should look at the 1965 Public Order Act, but more particularly Part 5 of it. And he agreed because he was a lawyer, he understood the implications. And that's how we started working towards it. But he came with a suggestion. Well, we need to look at the regulatory component of the profession just before we move on to this 1965 Public Order Act. We agree with him. And then we started looking forward to the setting up the Independent Media Commission. Mr. Speaker, our thinking at the time, and I'm going to pursue it now, was that the IMC would be the beginning of a regulatory authority by journalists in this country. Not as we all agreed at the time that after 10 years of an IMC, we would have put in place a motion that would make the IMC self-regulatory to allow the journalists themselves to run their own affairs. But that has not happened up to this time. But we hope that a new generation of journalists will begin to work towards that. Self-regulation. The United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, where I studied, you know that self-regulation is very, very important. Although some journalists will not touch news of the world with a 10-foot pole. The important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that we believe that now we should begin to modernize our own governance system. And modernizing the governance system will also include modernizing the journalistic system in the country. So us is very, very important. We have a certain component of journalism, a certain component of development in the country that we look at the good, we call the good governance legislation. Among them would be journalism. What kind of journalism do we want to practice in this country? To modernize the journalism in this country. Already the minister has made the point that some countries have started working towards, or have concluded working towards, removing this very dangerous legislation. But what are we doing as a government? Are we also committed to it? We know that Ghana has succeeded in going through the process. We know that South Africa is also through it. We also know that other countries have gone through it. But what are we doing now, Mr. Speaker? Without wasting time, we believe that the whole business of modernizing the governance structure of the state will also depend on the kind of journalism we have. Our journalism in this country should not be tied up with too many rules that will make it impossible for people to practice journalism. We know the great owner of one of the printing houses in Freetown, I will not mention his name here. The family lost their printing house because of the Municipal Public Order Act. They've lost it. Then the wife was sent to jail. The journalist that sold the newspaper was also imprisoned. These are all the implications. And the fact of the matter is that family collapsed, they ran bankrupt, and today the place has been converted into a funeral home. From a printing house to develop journalism to a funeral home. That is the kind of thing that happened in this country when the Municipal Public Order Act was introduced to this country. But like I said, Mr. Speaker, we are going to emphasize on Part 5 of it all. To us is important. And we want our new journalists, our young journalists, to understand that this is a great sacrifice. What we are doing today. I tried this many times, and I came across brick walls. Because some people are afraid. That was a journalist. Even people, some people are afraid. Even in my own party said, oh, be careful. People in other political parties said, oh, be careful. Mr. Minister, I will warn you that if anything goes wrong with this legislation, it gets out of hand, in trouble. And lots of people will say you did not inform us. So this is why we must give you support so that you don't lose your job. If we do not give you support and go through this whole process, and we remove the part 5 of the Act, and we allow the journalists to write what they want to write, and the researchers to write their research work, then of course we would have sent you to a den of liars.
But it's not the only one who will be in trouble. This parliament too will be in trouble.
Then you also be in trouble, Mr. Speaker.
Good. So let's recognize that.
Yeah, that is it. So this is why I say it's a great sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. If you understood me well. Now, we are moving fast and forging ahead. The government of today believes that they must introduce and remove the Anti-Public Order Act. They want to remove Part 5 of it all. According to the minister, they want it to be made very clear that when the president speaks, it is carried out. And they call it in their own way, the talk and do. We do not believe that yet. So, Mr. Speaker, the regulations that will determine the operations of a media without a Part 5 of the Anti-Public Order Act will have to be determined later. But we believe, like the minister himself said, that the INC would have been put in place, would have been structured in such a manner as to make it possible for us to put the necessary safeguards that are so necessary in a thing like this. So, Mr. Speaker, I have seen days come and days come. And we have also recognized the role played by very important journalists in this country. And we also want to agree with you, those of us from this side, and I'm sure those on the other side, that it is about time for us to modernize the administration of this country. And one way by which we can modernize it is to make sure that the journalism components of the state is modernized as well. To us, it is very, very important. So, Mr. Speaker, a good lot of people would have admired these efforts today to make sure that we improve on the administration of this country and the journalism component of the state. There are still journalists here who will be imprisoned. I would be remiss if I did not mention people like Paul Kamara. Paul Kamara.
Sorry, sir.
Paul Kamara. But also importantly, I should also mention the role played by Julius Spencer in our efforts to come to this day. Apart from the role he played when we are putting together the Independent Media Commission, he also played a very major role in advising President Kaba at the time the need for us to modernize the journalistic component of the state. And the President did agree with me. So to us, we cannot mention people, we cannot mention this day today without mentioning people who have played a major role. Those are the SLPS played a role there. When we came to power as a party, and we are returning to power very soon, we discovered that there are certain governance structures of the state that must be handled. We talked about access to information.
we had to introduce access to information because you cannot talk about modernizing the governance structure of the state without access to information. And we decided that we should bring access to information. And today we have access to information, have right to information. That is the beginning point of this whole process here. How did we come to that? I was seated with President Carter in Atlanta, Georgia. I hope most of you have that opportunity one day. And we are discussing the 1965 Public Order Act.
I have the maximum for you, sir.
And he said, Ibrahim, don't you think you should look at access to information, flow of information as the first step before you even go there? I said, of course, Charles Moses was supreme.
With the land.
And we agreed. We came here and we started working towards that. In the end, we came to this parliament and passed the Access to Information Bill and made it into an act. And it is law. It is now part and parcel of the administration of the states. Is that not so? We are benefiting from our largesse, benefiting from our sense of industry. This is what we have been doing all this time. So today, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as we move towards one more step, we see ourselves as part and parcel of this whole process. We will not stop it. We will look at my younger brother, the minister, and give him support. I had assured him when we were in Dubai that I will give him support. When he said he was going to work towards this. And I said, okay, we'll give you support. Because actually, if you do not have our support, you won't get there. And today, we are giving you our support. And we are also giving the government of President Klaus your support.
Very well.
I made the point last time, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that we are an honest party. That which is good is good. That which is bad is bad. But this happens to be one of the good things which we cannot shy away from. And we Mr. Speaker, we continue to support it. Even if we go to one more stage, we support it. So to all, Mr. Speaker, we do not have much against this bill. And some people want to type down the Independent Media Commission Act. That cannot be done. There are two separate components. The IMC bill, and which is going to be an act, revised, should be seen as a component separate from the Part 5 of the Public Order Act. If we were to merge the two, then we would have worked for nothing over the years. These are two separate components. But when we administer the new IMC Act, we should administer it in such a way as to be certain that those people are knowledgeable in the process of journalism are involved. I've looked at the Act itself, but I'm not going to debate it now. It's going to come later. I've looked at the bill. But the important thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the 1965 Public Order Act created through vindictive legislation in 1965 because they wanted to shut down the Willow newspaper. They wanted to shut down Sam Hollis. They wanted to imprison Kamala Taylor. When you put all of those things, have today resulted in the fact that we must go back to the drawing board and start afresh. And this is why we are all here today. We were not part of this country that created and started the Order Act, but we are going to be part of the recreation of a good governance structure. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are going to win as a people. We are winning as a people because we are doing the right thing. Everybody shouts in this country, oh, this and that, what are we doing about the development of this country? We will develop this country if we come to the proper legislation. And this is a proper legislation. From our side, it's not even controversial. It is the right thing to do. We started it, we developed it, we handed it over, today it is going to work. And we are going to support the government, we are going to support the minister. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we will come later to another point. But now, the history of journalism, the development of journalism, the need for us to be one united people is here to reinforce. And we on this council will continue to support this process. Mr. Minister will support you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for his very eloquent contribution to the debate. Before I call on my next speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to recognize a few more very eminent media practitioners. Ansua Lansana Esquire, Commissioner of the IMC. Jalil Kalon. Order. Some people come late and still want to dominate the undertone side of the house. Jalil Kalon, Acting Executive Secretary, IMC. Another commissioner of the IMC, Madam Melinda Davis. I cannot but really register my appreciation for the eloquence of the last speaker, Honorable Ivy Kago, especially the historical account that is given to us, and more especially the tribute that is paid to very eminent journalists this country has produced in the past. Some of them are blessed memory. May their souls continue to rest in perfect peace. But I'm afraid to say this, that his eloquence almost lost some of its shine when he attempted to disconnect, and this is really my concern, when he attempted to disconnect the repeal of Part 5 of the Public Order Act from the amendment that is so necessary for the IMC Act. The two are interrelated. They cannot be disconnected. This House bears a very sacred responsibility to ensure that what we do is a very careful balancing of the interest of the public on the one hand and the interest of the profession of journalism on the other. You cannot just focus on one without the other. In fact, let me now give notice. Let me now give notice that we've started the debate with the amendment to the Public Order Act, but we shall end with the Public Order Act amendment. The first thing that we'll see through will be the IMC Act to ensure that proper and adequate safeguards are put in place before we do the repeal. This legislature bears a very sacred responsibility in that regard.
Thank you very much for the observation. May I say that we have nothing against treating the two as one united component. But at the same time, simply one for historical purposes that we have been fighting as part of the other act for years, and then the INC came later. But of course, they are both two good governance legislations.
Very good. Thank you. I want to recognize the Chief Whip on the government side, followed by Honorable Sama, followed by my darling MP. Whether you like it or not, she remains very firmly my darling MP. In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, like it has been said by other colleagues, today this House is about to make history. Today, this House is ready to make sure that Sierra Leone take its position in civilized community. But when we are debating professional bills, when professional speaks, you are left with a little or no alternative but to support. When I listen our big brother Alhaji Ivy Cargo speaks on this bill, I say to myself, yes, this is a time and it's about time that this parliament start thinking beyond party line. And one thing is that they are ready to support this bill. They are ready to support the minister. They are ready to support the government to make sure that it will pass through this House. Honorable Ivy, I give my heart to you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we on this side are not only looking at this bill as our bill, as government bill. We are looking at this bill as a Sierra Leone bill. We are looking at this bill as cross-party purposes. That is the reason why we are calling on colleagues on the other side, the NGC, the C4C, to make sure that we repeal this act. Like Honorable Ivy said, this is a fight they have started long ago. 3 years ago, in the last session, I can remember I was driving down Model, and the former president of SLASH, Kevin Lewis, stopped me and said, Honorable, we want to bring this repeal bill. How can you help? I said, Mr. President, the party governance, which is APC at that time, are always ready to repeal this act. And today, Mr. Kevin Lewis and Mr. Omar Fofana, I can tell you that this bill is not controversial. Therefore, we will have the support from the APC and the rest of people in the NGC C4C. And the Parliament Chief, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I believe the minister have listened to some of our concerns. Is it all of us, including Mr. Speaker, that we are fortunate to have some amount of education in the UK? The model called perception is a very big model. And that when people's reputation are damaged
that thing we call perception is very, very difficult to wash away. Because by the time you want to react, the public or even the international community will have had their own mindset. And let's say, for example, the Speaker of this House. When we are a very small boys coming up, we used to come and sit up there and listen to people speak. When the Dr. Abbas Bundu, the IB Kabos, the AO Banguras, the applied contents, the Saladu Sharif, when they take the podium, I once said to myself, I want to come to Parliament. I want to be in Parliament. That was the reason why there was a time when I was giving the Constitution, I said to myself, Dr. Abbas Bundu, I'm fortunate to serve under you as Speaker. Because these are the few people that you admire. Today, in this country, we don't have role models. We don't have people that we can call our role models. We don't have people that we can admire. But those days, we used to admire people. We used to say, those people are our role models. When we grow up, we want to be like them. We used to have when those journalists pass around those days, we used to admire them so much. Where is the ethics of the journalists in this country today? How many people want to grow up and be a journalist? I can remember a few months ago when Aisha Sisi of CNN was in this country. People were clamoring to see Aisha. Because of what? Because of the reputation she has built. Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, let me move to suspend S052 so the business of the House will continue.
Thank you. Any seconder, please.
I swear, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor, say aye.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, but who seconded it?
Honorable Mohammed Bilosho, constituency 39, Calabar District.
Are you satisfied now? Yes, sir. I saw it. Oh, I see. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm not going to question. All in favor, say aye. Those against the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we want, after the repeal of this important part of the Library Act, we want people to start thinking that they want to become a journalist. We want our Fobe College, the Department of Mass Communication, to start competing with other departments. We want the likes of IB Kabos. We want the likes of Mr. Korima to start emerging in the journalism. I wholeheartedly support when he said we have to look at the IMC Act because they are interrelated. We cannot talk about repealing Part 5 of this Public Order Act without having a very serious laws, IMC laws, to make sure that it serves as checks and balances. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I said I'm not going to be long. I want to encourage SLAJ to start thinking of mechanism to crack down on reckless journalism. People have built their reputation for so long that because of the repeal of this act, somebody will come today and tarnish that character. And one advice I want to give to Sludge, Mr. Speaker and members, I want you to encourage journalists to start copying from WhatsApp messages, because some of the articles you read in some of those newspapers, when you like to say we copied it from WhatsApp. So please, WhatsApp forums are not forums that journalists can take information to put in their newspapers. We don't want people to hold this house responsible tomorrow. We are doing this in good faith. We want to make sure that this parliament, not only this government, but this parliament, be the parliament that will say, yes, after over 50, 60 years, I was part of the parliament that repealed the part 5 of the Public Order Act. Mr. Speaker, members, before I take my seat, I want to call on my colleagues, and I'm happy when the deputy leader speaks. They have spoken for the entire party, APC's side. I'm sure our own leader will speak on our side, but I want to assure this House that we on this side are in support of the repeal of this act, and so also I believe our colleagues on the other side, and even our big brother, do I say professor? Because I'm sure you are. I'm sure the NDC leader and the CFOS leader are also in support of this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Twice I listened to my brother from Kujam when he mentioned groups in Parliament that would support the repeal of this act. He didn't mention the independent.
Mr. Speaker, sorry about that.
Yes, okay. Mr. Speaker, I would want to state here that we as independent MPs are fully behind the repeal of this law. I had to travel from Kujam to Freetown last night because journalists in Kujam appealed to we as MPs from the district to support the repeal of this law. I made a promise that I will support the repeal, and I'm glad that I'm here to perform in duty. I believe we are not doing the journalists a favor by supporting the repeal of this law. It is our responsibility as elected public officers to seek the interests of our people. When I listened to Honorable Ivy Tago speak, I also looked at the current Minister of Information. These are two people belonging to two different generations. And this law is older than me, and I'm sure than most other MPs here. I'm glad to be part of this history-making event. For so long, I've read newspaper articles, I've listened to journalists clamoring for the repeal of this. I would like to take this opportunity to commend my brother, the Minister, and His Excellency, the President, for doing what other presidents have failed to do. One way we can bring change is to walk our talk. I'm not relying, but I'm just saying what now. Okay. Again, I want to thank the Minister and His Excellency the President for doing what other presidents before him have failed to do. Like somebody from the opposition said, this bill was brought and
the law was made in 1965 under Sir Albert Magai, and at that time the opposition then condemned the bill, they opposed the bill, they thought it was a sledgehammer to suppress the right to freedom of speech. I'm happy that what journalists for over 50 years have advocated for is coming to pass with Mr. Speaker. I've always said that to bring the change that Israeli people desire, we must have the courage to do those things that are in our power to change. So it is good that today, as a united force, we are going to act together to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. But there is one thing that we must emphasize here. If the journalists have advocated for the repeal of this law, they must take the responsibility of protecting the rights of ordinary Israelis. It is public knowledge that innocent citizens have suffered a lot from journalists and that are paid to write articles about people that are not guilty of the offenses they are accused of. Some of us have suffered a lot. Sometimes my supporters will ask me to take this matter to court. I tell them I don't have the time, I don't have the money to go to court. So if we have asked for a repeal of this law, the journalists must take the opportunity to ensure that they promote professionalism in the act of journalism. Because it is believed that the previous government have used this law as a sledgehammer to suppress their political opponents. So I must commend His Excellency the President. It takes courage to do such a thing. And I want to commend him for taking that courage to do this. Now, if you look at our party slogans, if we are to follow what we say in our party slogans, when I say we, I'm going to attract MPs. I'm an independent. Okay? I'm an independent. When I say we, when I need parliament, members of parliament. When I say we, MPs of parliament. Okay? Now, if you look at what we mentioned as party slogan, we have no business in backward. We have no business in backward. We must walk our talk. We should walk our talk. The President made an election promise to repeal this law, and I'm happy that he has done so. I would like to encourage him to do more. Besides journalists, there are some other professional bodies that are clamoring for what? Change. It is good that a very responsible government should listen to the citizens, and that is what exactly the President has done. We must commend him for this. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I would want to appeal to the journalists. And you've got what you have fought for over 50 years. Okay? I'm sure you know, admit it here, that there are some of your men that are not fit to be journalists. When Honorable Isaac Kabo cited an example of how a family suffered, how a family lost their property, how a journalist went to jail, I also want to remind him that there are so many innocent people that have gone to their early graves because of things that journalists wrote about them. False statements made against them by journalists. There are people who are now languishing in prisons because they were tried based on false statements published by our journalists. So if You are given your rights, you also have the duty to serve the Sierra Leonean people. There are a lot of Sierra Leoneans, and majority of Sierra Leoneans cannot take you to court and for forbidding their rights. Only a few Sierra Leoneans, less than 10%, we have the money and the time to hire a lawyer to defend their rights in court. There are a lot of Sierra Leoneans who like anything you say about them, there's nothing they can do about that. So for those Sierra Leoneans who don't have the capacity to take legal actions when their rights are being abused by statements published about them, for those Sierra Leoneans that we must take that as a responsibility to ensure that we protect those rights. So rights go with what? Duties. So I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker, that we are making this speech today. If you look at all the election manifestos, most political parties usually do 10% of what they promised to do. The president is on the right track, and we would like to encourage him to do more. Thank you very much. So I want to use this opportunity to appeal to my colleagues MP for us to support the minister and the government in the review of this law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Independent Member for his contribution. Honorable Zainab Karabakh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to welcome colleagues in this House, and I want to assure them that we have better journalists in this world, like the likes of Honorable Ivy Kabul. Being a journalist all my life, I am so pleased, and I want to follow you, your footsteps, in using the word, it is a momentous day indeed for us to repeal this obnoxious law that has destroyed lives of serious and unique journalists in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, I've been a journalist all my life, and it is the profession that I cherish so much. I will go back to this field after my lifetime as a politician, because I like and I love the pen. The freedom of the pen is a momentous day, Mr. Speaker. It's not just for journalists, but it is for people that are very good writers. We have free writers in Sierra Leone. We have people that can write very well for the freedom of others in Sierra Leone. So for us to stand here today, I feel very successful, Mr. Speaker. I feel like somebody that has achieved my dream. And it is a dream come true. Being part of this session, being part of this process, for us to repeal this bad law that has served this nation for 55 years, makes me feel honored. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you, and I want to doff my hat for the present president of SLUDGE and the past president of SLUDGE. Because in my term as SLUDGE member, I was under the presidency of the Honorable Ivy Kabul, and SLUDGE was very unique. I've been a SLUDGE member for a very long time, so I know what it means to be a SLUDGE member, and I know the importance of us repealing this particular obnoxious act of 1965, especially the past 5 of 1965. Mr. Speaker, in active language, our people say, that is SO2, Mr. Speaker. In Creole, we say, free poor better pass the title. And what I mean, what I want to say here, free poor in Creole, poverty, my freedom in my poverty, is better than me to have what we call a tight and a closed riches. What it means, for me to have what we call a free pen, a free black and white today, means freedom for Sierra Leone. Not just freedom for SLUDGE, not just freedom for the Ministry of Information, not just freedom for us as legislature, but it's freedom for the Sierra Leonean as well. Mr. Speaker, it has been a long day. A long day for Sierra Leoneans. We started it with the Ahmed Tidiane Kaba era. I was an active SLUDGE member. I was a SLUDGE member, a working SLUDGE member, a broadcaster at that time. Mr. Sledger, Mr. Speaker, I have never been a poster, and I will never be one. I am a senior journalist. I've been a journalist for 19 years. I have never been because I have worked for the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service. I have never been a person. Mr. Speaker, it is a unique day for us to repeal this. Even though we are on the verge again to have another act to see onto the activities of journalists. But repealing this makes this house unique. And I want to assure you of the commitment of my SLAG members that we try to put in modalities in place to see onto it that our members do the needful for Sierra Leoneans. Mr. Speaker, this particular repealing means freedom for our people. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, we in SLAG want to encourage all Sierra Leoneans, especially representatives of Sierra Leoneans, to join in this wonderful repeal. To see onto it that we repeal this law without any prejudice. Mr. Speaker, in the era of Dr. Ahmed Tijan Kaba, blessed memories, we were there in the fight. We fought a very good fight. And in that fight, we have what we call the IMC Act. We are there, we have the IMC Act to regulate the movement and to see onto it that we have what we call a body to see on the activities of journalists in this country. Mr. Speaker, after that, the former President, Dr. Anis Bakoma, fully suits. We have what we call the Access to Information Act. What it means is giving access to people, especially journalists and writers, to do their thing. And to finally, we have what we call the freedom of the pen. I am pleased. We are honored as such. So for that reason, I want to say a very good thank you to the minister, to the former ministers that started it all. Because our people said, a journey of 1,000 of miles start with a step. And step has started long before. And today, we are finally there. We are there because we are serious. We are there because we are firm. We are there because we know what we are fighting for. Yes, we know what is past because of the 1965 Public Order Act, especially Part 5. But we don't want to dig holes. We don't want to go back to memory lane. But we are there to assure you of our people that we in the broadcasting field, we in the writing field, we in the video field, we in the newsletter field will do Sierra Leone, will make Sierra Leone a happy nation because we control our people. We'll see onto it that the pen continue to be unique, continue to be a pen that everybody will be happy with. Thank you very much, and colleagues, please join me as we repeal this obnoxious law. Thank you, Mr.
I thank the Honorable Lady for her contribution. It's past midday. We have another bill to consider, and there seems to be unanimity across the aisle. I was thinking of winding up this debate.
The leaders, yes. And then we come back and maybe if colleagues agree, because we have the other bill to discuss, which has more elements. We have the leaders wrap up phase 1. We take a break and then we come back to phase 2.
Consult among yourself. Mr. Speaker, may I observe, sir? I have to reduce the number. Mr. Speaker, I think we are free, our please on this please. Yeah. So, I think use your discretion to take forward. We have other people coming. The leadership there is trying to talk to them. I will talk to my colleagues. Okay. I'm going to honorable members, order. I'm going to limit your contributions to 5 minutes each. 5 minutes. The following. I will recognize members who are properly seated. Honorable Kago, you start. I must give an opportunity to Mohamed Bangura. He's been Minister of Information before. He will be next. Honorable Panda. You came late. Honorable Panda.
We need the parliament opinion. We need parliament opinion.
Honorable Mohamed Bangura.
Honorable Mara.
And Laimara. Laimara
is there more share from George Satimura? I get very scared. I remember asking IB Kago if he saw Honorable Jalo. Laimara, you have your own opportunity when we consider the IMC.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important to me.
You are not a journalist. And you come from the extremity of there are no journalists in Falaba. Honorable Kago, make it start.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to add my voice to the many voices here to say unhesitatingly that I support the repeal of the seditious libel law because it criminalizes libel. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this law exists in autocratic states. For quite a while, a good number of decent nations have repealed this law. So it is but fitting that Sierra Leone is joining the queue to repeal this very law. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say that this law should not exist in a democratic state like ours, when people who express themselves always have the fear that they will be imprisoned, but with a responsibility. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when Honorable Guevara stated that this law is not applicable in America, what came to mind is the libertarianism done by John Locke. John Locke said that we should not restrict anybody from expressing him or herself. A further said you should not restrain the full expression of thoughts and ideas. But he said something, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Let the truth and falsity
compete in an open marketplace of ideas. The truth will always triumph over falsity. He was saying, you should not prevent anybody from expressing his or her opinion. Allow the people to say what they want to say, and the truth will triumph. But again, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this is the notion that gave birth to the First Amendment in the USA. In the First Amendment in the USA, it is sacrosanct that it states that Congress shall make no law restricting freedom of individual or of the press. So meaning, it as a result of this that America decided to pass a law for freedom of press and freedom of expression. But Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful. Careful in the sense because a doctrine was developed by Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes. The doctrine was called the clear and present danger. It was trying to limit the freedom of expression. For instance, Mr. Speaker, if we are seated in this way like this, and somebody says, fire, 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 and in our attempt to save ourselves, some people damage themselves. Whosoever said fire should be reprimanded, regardless of the fact that he or she has freedom of expression. That is why we have always said freedom of expression has a corresponding damage it causes, and we should be very careful for the damage it causes. We have what we call punitive damage. That is when you have somebody to pay for a damage he or she may have caused to the integrity or the personality of somebody in a bid to preventing the person not to do it again. And we have what we call compensatory damage. That is, if my uncle sells cake and a journalist writes that my uncle's cake has poison, and a lot of people refuse from buying my uncle's cake, the journalist must be ready to pay the damage he may have caused my uncle. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in as much as we want journalists to brief, we should also bear in mind that we should equally protect the integrity, we should protect personality, and we should protect the hard-earned character of certain individuals in our society. I am happy that we are moving now from incriminating seditious libel to let it be a civil crime. And one thing about civil crimes, nobody will be in prison for it or else will be fined. And in an attempt somebody fails to pay the fine, it also surmounts to contempt of court, which is criminal offense, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying this, that even if we repeal the seditious libel, which we are all looking forward to, yes, I'm rounding up, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, even when we consider it to be civil, there are three elements that should constitute libel. And that is what I want us to know very clearly. Firstly is publication. When somebody is charged for libelous act, that very act must be published. You know, there is difference between libel and slander. Slander, you will tell somebody that, hey, this is this, this is that, this is that. When the person does not have a clear evidence or it is not published, it is not libel, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there should be some form of identification. We have what they call in law libel per se, and we have libel per cause. Libel per se is when a name is clearly stated when the crime is committed. Like you say, I am rounding up, Mr. Speaker. Like you said, Honorable Abu Kabo is a liar, or Honorable Abu Kabo is a thief. That means my name is stated clearly in your statement, and libel accord is when by implication you state my name. For example, you said in a I'm rounding up, Mr. Speaker. There is only 2 sentences left. Like for example, when we are in committee room, one, you said the chairman for youth was in a meeting and he received bribe to pass a law for that meeting. You did not call my name, but everybody in this house knows that Honorable Abukago is the chairman for youth. So you are liable to be reprimanded. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me state this very clearly, that even the Constitution frowns at members of Parliament, not when we commit any other crime, but when we commit a crime called prima facie. That is defamation of character. We should ensure that in our debates or in our discussions, we protect also the integrity and character of politicians, the integrity and character of members of the public, so that nobody uses this freedom to impede on somebody else's right. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as I take my seat, I know that history will remember this parliament for repealing short law.
For the first time, I'm not going to thank the honorable member. He trespassed into the time of the next speaker. Before I call on the next speaker, I will stand down for 5 minutes.
Criminal for criminalize journalists that in case they offend them publicly. So that's it. Obviously, the journalists they fed for such a bill for them to appeal out that there are sections of as we have been hearing from different speakers, especially the Honorable Abukago, in the top of the House of Parliament, because Honorable Abukago is one of the former presidents of the Australian Association of Journalists, SAJ, and either one person may be a history of how they come about to begin the talk for repeal this couple of draconian law we Galaxy Daga and over here. Journalists in practice, but I remember saying something end at the age that you can shake, actually for those at the age, lost the age and died. So journalists go on for the practice. Something end the age. But the journalists now practice the hoping if I do this, I will get the proof for them by applause. So that the reason that the journalists actually fought very hard because this apartheid the Constitution, we talk for the journalists go do in case the libel or you slander or you do something we actually did against the law. So, the reason that today, so this morning, and by the look of things, the parliamentarian, by waiting and not say so far, they must come to one conviction saying that we are partakers in the Constitution, 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. Well, they're going to debate a lot of other things as of today. Same way, the IMC bill, we, of course, you know, they just pull that part today and the law without something on it. We, not to say they take the place, but they call it safeguards. Where they're able, or we say journalists, not forget a field day. Where if they know you repeat that section, they say they're not going to criminalize them again. It will be a civil suit. Where at the end of the day, if they find you guilty, then they will fine you. And then when they fine you, you don't give for pay. At that time they now, then they will criminalize you because they are against the law. Well, the speaker will take some 5-minute break, and the speaker will come back to the chamber, and he will definitely call to order that Parliament will resume again, and then you want them we actually have been the speaker on this particular bill continue for talk. So parliamentarians actually they understand how the speaker actually they also be called to order. And today will be
continuous with a time limit.
Whenever they remember.
5 minutes, not the second more.
Remember this day that the journalists out front. So now the speaker will call one MP on that will be
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, indeed today is a historic day in the media landscape of Sierra Leone. I remember in 2006, I ventured myself in that path, and I remember fully well then at Standard Times how journalists were rooted out of office and sent to CID. And I know it was a dangerous path to go. And history will forgive the people who brought short a draconian law into this landscape. But as young MPs today having the opportunity to repeal it, we must do so with caution. The reputation of Sierra Leoneans are in the hands of the media people today. It's like we're handing over the very integrity, the repetitions we've made over the years in the hands of the media. Mr. Speaker, when I followed the IMC regulations and the IMC bill, I wonder and ask myself, why are we in a rush? Because some of the things we tend to address in this particular one are already addressed in the IMC. For example, we are taking media houses into commons, and by all legal statutes, it means if a house publishes an article, the writer of that article or the vendor stands not accused of libel because it's a common. We take the common to court. But when we still hold on the view that we should also have individuals running these media outlets, then the need arises to talk about removing the seditious libel, the libel in entirety. Mr. Speaker, we are afraid. Let's put it straight. We are afraid. We have two fears. Many honorable members, even though they know this is a risky thing to do, but they are afraid of the journalists who are here today. And therefore they say, oh, let's pass it quick. Oh, for the sake of our political goals, let's do it expeditiously. That's not bad. But again, are we also not afraid? What remedies? Let the minister allay our fears. Let him allay the fears of the public. That this thing we are going to do today will not haunt reputable people in this society, including himself. Mr. Speaker, I am a theologian. So the issue of the corner is not part of me. But I am saying it is critical, it is important. When I go to Bo, I am in open hotels, you know it. So what we are saying critically is, what are the remedies? What remedies have been put in place? Today you are a journalist, tomorrow you can be a minister. Today you are a journalist, tomorrow you can be a member of parliament, as some of us are now. But we've seen situations that we want to preempt, Mr. Minister. Let the security of the people, let the security of ordinary Sierra Leoneans, clergies, be very important. Because we've seen publications in this country that even when we are leaving it now to a civil situation in which we have to go to court, we know media houses in Sierra Leone are almost politicized. A situation in which one media house is in the heartbeat of a certain government and they blackmail you. Where do you go? We know the state of the judiciary in Sierra Leone. One needs not to tell you, Mr. Minister. Today, you are in the right path as a government minister. You'll be protected. But remember, if the right thing is not done by this generation of politicians, if the right thing is not done by this generation of MPs, we are going to pay with our lives and our reputations. We've seen people taking their lives because of blackmail. There are certain blackmail you cannot stand, your family cannot stand. What is the remedy? We are here today. We want to join voices with the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists. Some of them are bosses, but we want to ask, are the remedies made enough to protect us? I hear people say, today is the end. No, today was not. It started way back. I remember certain presidents were asking, what is the alternative? And there were certain alternatives for that to certain heads of state. He told them, no, this one is dangerous than even the one you want us to repeal. Are the remedies we are putting in place now enough to rescue the situation? Are we doing it because we want to gain political goals? Because I know if I cannot take it to court, I will leave my case to God. And for some people, they will consult their village people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution and more especially for respecting the time limit. Honourable Panda, you have the floor.
Be back.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, I am joining this debate purely on a simple cautionary advice that you have given this Parliament. This law, there are good laws and there are bad laws. And this is not just for the media institutions. Laws are meant for a nation, and we're here as honorable members of Parliament making laws for the entire nation. And the responsibility of journalists is not only to their media company, but to the nation itself. So, repealing this law, we have to be cautious. But in repealing this law, it can only be effective if we have a sort of energized judicial system. The police and the judicial system has to be effective in this nation for any laws to be passed and to be respected. For it is easier to say this is a bad law, that is a good law, but yet giving journalists the freedom to say, they must have thought, okay, this libel law was detrimental to their operation. Fine, but they have the responsibility as journalists to print or to write or say the truth. Not doctor things because you think it's advantageous to you. This is not about party issues. I remember times when I was young, you hear careless talk. There were laws, careless talk. You'll be in prison for careless talk, for just expressing your opinion. And Honorable Ivy Cargo was saying about during election time, sometimes people were kidnapped and kept for the 30 days period so they would lose their seats in parliament. These were all things that should not be happening in a nation that we're calling ourselves democratic. The onus is on all of us, journalists, citizens. This nation belongs to all of us. And we can go back and try to understand what it is for us. We have in the jungle, in my jungle, we have a mantra. And it's simple. If I will start SO2, respect in one word, now will make things better for we all. Respect and unity of purpose. All what we do here, if we do not have respect for each other, then it goes nowhere. Even the law itself, the law needs to be respected. This is not about SLPP, APC, C4C. This is about the nation of Sierra Leone. So I'm holding caution on this, but yet we are given the opportunity to debate it now. I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thus far, thank you, sir.
Thank the honorable member for his contribution and for respecting the time limit. Next on my list, Honorable Mohammed Bango. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am going to be brief because already speaker after speaker has dealt into this issue. So I'm going to narrow my contribution and wait for the IMC bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Well, in that case, take your seat.
No,
Wait
no,
for
no,
it.
I have a section of this. A section of this. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today is a historic day. We all know that. Today is a memorable day for this world to witness again the repeal of this law. We in the APC do not have any problem with this. We have no problem at all. Because some 50 years plus ago, we have suffered under this law. Some 50 plus years ago, this law was brought into this way by the SLPP then government. So today, if the SLPP government again came here and put this to this way, we have no problem with that. It is there. As the saying goes, SO2, you will put, you put, now you pull, you pull. So the only thing we have to say is to support this bill wholeheartedly. Wholeheartedly. This bill is a bad law. For so long, members of the Fourth Estate, has been stifled for so long. I am jealous. I am jealous of the Minister of Information today. Not for the wrong reason.
Listening to the honorable member, he was Minister of Information.
Mr. Speaker,
that was an opportunity missed.
Mr. Speaker, I am jealous of
the minister that speaks to the issue. But today, he is here this morning with this bill. We are saying that congratulations, Mr. Minister. Congratulations, His Excellency the President, Madabio, for bringing this bill into this house. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate myself as a former Minister of Information. Because I piloted this thing. I started this thing. Up to the doorstep of cabinet. Up to the doorstep of parliament. The media here can testify to that. So this morning, we are going to celebrate with members of the Fourth Estate. We are going to celebrate with the minister. We are going to celebrate with the president for removing this bad law. It's a bad law. For removing this SLPP law. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rest my case. I wait for it.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Yes,
for the record, there is no law like SLPP law. Please, Mr. Speaker. Just for the record, my brother. I suppose you will never record.
No, but one thing though is congratulations are quite in place. They are quite in place. I understand he tried himself at one time when he was minister, but he did not succeed. So today you are part and parcel of an arrangement that is going to see the back of this law. Honorable Jallo, followed by Honorable Siddiqui, and then we'll wind up. Hey, Mama, you come too late.
Honorable Speaker, colleague members of Parliament, first of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank all of us here, right across the aisle, for making a historic day today in abolishing this act. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I think over the years, what have been disturbing us in this country is the issue of political blame. We don't want to waste time in blaming past government, present government, and whatever. The fact remains is the issues of this media has been a stumbling block in our country for years in promoting democracy. Now that all of us, political parties right across, have come to our senses in recognizing that the media play a pivotal role in promoting democracy, that is what should be important. It's not about political blame, past government, present government. But the fact remains here is that at least our government, under the leadership of President Madabio, have thought it wise enough to approve this bill so that we can repeal it in this House of Parliament. Whether the past government did it or not is irrelevant. But we have taken the bull by the horn as a government to challenge the situation in promoting this issue. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my only concern and advice to the media here, you know, we can sit in this House of Legislation and pass all kinds of laws and give the media whatever right they want, which they've been fighting for years. But in doing that, the media must also be advised and aware that you still cannot scandal your fellow Sierra Leonean unnecessarily just to promote your agenda, whatever political party you support. And I know my government will come with rules and regulations from the IMC that will guide the media as to how they should go about their freedom of independence in promoting their media. I'm also advising my government in doing that. We must not suppress the media. The media is a partnership to we the politicians. We must be aware of that. All over the world, you listen to America, BBC, CNN, the media must work with the government of the day in promoting democracy. And I'll repeat this today, I've been saying it over and over. We Sierra Leoneans must remember one thing: democracy is our last option. We don't have no other options. We've tried all forms of government. It has never worked for us. Democracy must not be seen to divide us, but must be seen to bring us closer as brothers and sisters. In respect of which region you came from. I'm a Northerner, my wife is a Southerner, but that is irrelevant. The democracy must unite us together. If democracy fails Sierra Leone, we are doomed for failure. That I must emphasize here, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of parliament. So as we promote this media, as we promote this media act today, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of us for being brave enough. One thing that I'm so pleased about today, I haven't seen no speaker, both between the eyes, that is against this, repealing this act, which is very important. That shows us that our democracy is growing. Our interest must be our democracy rather than our political parties. I must emphasize this. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I don't want to say much. I thank you very much, and I want to urge my colleague members of parliament, please, let us put politics to one side and look at this bill and this act and do it properly that will benefit our nations to come. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution. I have received no notice from either C4C or NGC, so we will wind up the debate. Honorable Siddiqui, you are next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, today is a history-making day in this parliament and in this republic. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have the Public Order Act Part 5 before us for a repeal. Few days ago when I was winding up on this side, I gave our commitment as a leadership in tandem with what the President has told us. I told everybody here that we are committed to repealing the Part 5 of 1965 Public Order Act. And today, what I promised this parliament is coming into reality. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, when we are campaigning leading to the 2018 elections, we promised the people of this republic that if they give us the leadership of this republic, we are going to repeal the Part 5 of 1965 Public Order Act. I want to thank His Excellency the President for honoring that promise. And the President of this republic is bound by conscience and by morals. That's why when he was given his manifesto message, he promised the media, and today he has delivered. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, elections in and out, candidates have promised the media that they will repeal. And no president in the recent democracy have challenged or have done what he has promised. Thank you, His Excellency the President. You have shown the willingness, you have shown the leadership, you are the most bashed president in this republic, but you still love the media. You have given them their freedom. This freedom, the media, we expect you to carry out this freedom with responsibilities. Please don't disappoint His Excellency the President. It is a challenging task. A lot of people don't want this thing to happen. He has challenged all of us. Even when he is under pressure from you, even when he has been bashed the highest in this nation, he is still under pressure. But he has said he should give you that freedom because that was part of his manifesto message. The president is a talk and do president, Mr. President. So I want to thank His Excellency. I want to thank the Minister of Information. Of course, it is not easy for you to convince cabinet, for you to convince your colleagues to say, we should repeal. When my colleague, the Honorable Mohamed Bangura, was seated in that chair, he attempted to repeal. He cannot even convince his colleagues in the cabinet. There was no political will. Of course, that's why it is 1965. SNPP we were in governance. You inherited governance after us. We expected you to have changed those bad laws. When we came, I said in this well few days ago that the president I know is not a politician but a statesman. The president is not a politician but a statesman. We are not going to do quick things for us to win elections in the next election year. What we are doing, we are going to solve the problems of this country. And in solving the problems, it is not just election winning messages. It is not just development of winning elections. After we win elections, the next day, all of the development disappears. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the media, we have given you your freedom, and in giving you that freedom, please carry it out with responsibility. We don't want a situation where everybody can say, Mr. President, we told you, don't repeal this. We want every Sierra Leonean to be proud of what is happening today. We want every Sierra Leonean to appreciate what this parliament is doing today. Please, the media, the president has challenged you. He has brought the repeal to us. We are very confident that this parliament, of course, we have heard from the opposition. We on the ruling side, we are always with the president. The opposition is in this with us. We are pleading to you. Please carry out your responsibilities professionally. You are the fourth estate. We depend on you. Do your work without fear or favor, but do it responsibly. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with this short word, I employ all of us, honorable members, for us to repeal this draconian law so that the serious-minded business people can invest in the media. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, honorable member. I really wanted to go straight to the leader of the opposition and the government leader, but I know the two leaders there want to speak. Is it an afterthought? But then you never indicated.
Honorable Speaker, no, I stood up a few times, but we knew that leaders would be given an opportunity at the end of such an important debate, and we had planned that we will take the floor.
Well, take it now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, dear colleagues. I speak on behalf of the NGC to lend our support to the repeal of this act. We believe in the freedom of expression. We support press freedom. And so we commend the Honorable Minister and the government for bringing the repeal of this act. We commend our elder brother, Honorable I.B. Kago, for presenting the genesis of this act, but also for giving real testimony of how this act has been abused by various governments. And to prevent future abuse, therefore we support the repeal of this act. However, we join the other colleagues who have also mentioned the risk of reputational damage. We have seen, some of us have been in governments before, we've been ministers before. We have seen articles written that had nothing to do with the reality of what was going on. We have had our characters assassinated, and people know, they do it deliberately, they know you will not go to court. I was a minister when somebody wrote an interview that never took place, question and answer on my behalf, but they had never contacted me. We have seen articles written, and at the end, the journalists say, could not reach him for comment. I can give some examples, very recent examples. 5 years ago when I came here, there was a headline that I brought mercenaries to Sierra Leone. The person went scot-free. Yeah, we've seen a lot of abuse. And so we are of the opinion that there has to be safeguards. Who are targeted? The people that are targeted are typically prominent citizens of this society. It makes the paper sell. Some people use it for blackmail. Some people use it just to keep you quiet. Politicians are victims. In fact, we are the fodder. People enjoy writing about politicians and say, I know SO2. They can't do anything. When I was a minister, yes, I had people come to my office. Pana, this information we get to SO2. Law talk. And we refused. Of course, we paid the price. They wrote what they wrote. We never came back to do rebuttal. And of course, the justice system was not available to protect us either. So indeed, we join you, Mr. Speaker, in talking about safeguards. When we come to that part of the debate, we want to know what role the IMC and the courts will play to safeguard. Reputations are hard to build. Some of us have spent 30, 40 years doing the right thing to build a reputation. And so we need to know what the safeguards would be to protect us, and whether, in fact, self-regulation will work. The other comment I'll make is, it is always the right time to do the right thing. We want to commend previous ministers of information, Honorable I.B. Kago, Mohammed Bangura, Julius Spencer, and others, who made efforts, and to say to Honorable Radu Swari, thank you for bringing this to fruition, and for the government showing the will to say, yes, we will do the right thing. There again, we commend the government for doing that. But it is consistent with what we always say, development takes time, reforms take time, and all of you and your predecessors have made the effort, and former presidents of SLAJ have been consistent in driving this. So it is the right time to do the right thing. The last comment we will make is, Honorable Bash talked about the manifesto pledges. He talked about talk and do. There were other pledges in that manifesto that many of us made in our manifestos, but more explicitly in the SLPP manifesto. One of them indeed is the 2-SIM issue. I believe we should pursue that as well. It is the right, as we are opening up our democracy for scrutiny by the media, we should also ensure inclusiveness. We should address 2-SIM issue. We should address 30% quota for women in parliament and public offices. We should also ensure that we make democracy a little bit easier for others. For example, instead of requiring that people resign 1 year before they leave their job, we reduce that to 6 or 3 months so that we get more professionals coming into politics. So my comments therefore is, government, please, let us pick up some other aspects of the manifesto pledge of His Excellency the President, and we work with you to also ensure that our democracy is not only transparent, but it's also inclusive. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for his contribution. The Honorable Lamina, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we on the side of C4C do not consider this bill to be controversial, and therefore we have no waste of time but to support for its ratification. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have seen post-war flag bearer candidates and presidents who made promise to repeal this particular section of the infamous 1965 of this public order act did not come to pass. I want to take this singular honor to congratulate the present president who made that promise during his campaign and he came to pass. Because it is not a controversial bill, I must pay tribute to past president of SLAJ, including IB Cargo, Umaru Fofana, Kelvin Lewis, Nazrela, and Frank Ochoa of blessed memory, who actually punched and pushed, some even demonstrated that this particular repeal was happened in their time. But it never came to pass. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, repealing these acts will definitely make Sierra Leone be bereaved. Bereaved of character assassination, bereaved of telling somebody who just had a law for the past 55 years. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we ratified or about to ratify this particular bill, it also cannot be gainsaid that we expect journalism and journalists to be taxed, to be intelligent, prompt in taking decisions, and fairness in their articles and radio station journalists. Mr. Speaker, at the end of it all, it was also the intention of we the C4C, I must state it. If you look right through our manifesto, it was our intention that we repeal, and even a dream of our erstwhile flag bearer candidate, Chief Samsumana, to repeal this particular section. And therefore, all in all, what we will do, we will appeal to the journalists, the administration of SLAJ, to encourage radio journalists and editors to be more mature, even as they attend to their civil lawsuit as may be. All in all, conclusion, I must congratulate the President Minister of Information and Communication, who convinced and lobbied his colleague cabinet members. Today, it has seen the light of day. Your name will remain in the hazards of your own parliament. I thank you very much.
I thank the Honourable Member and Leader of C4C in Parliament. Now, the Leader of the Opposition. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I will join others before me in commending the Minister for achieving this day. Mr. Minister, well done. Mr. Speaker, I carefully listened to all those before me, more so the last two leaders who spoke. They commended former president of SLAJ, but I did not hear them commend former president of this republic. Not the NGC did, but the C4C did not. Mr. Speaker, as I commend the minister seated here and his deputy, together with their team, because I know it's not a one-man's job, and they have been together as a group all this while. Mr. Speaker, you know that a child is not hatched and born in a day. It takes time. Be it's premature before 9, otherwise 9 or 10 months. That is why we are here today. And that is why we are commending past presidents of SLAJ. The Umaru Fofanas, the IB Kagbos, the Kevin Lewises. They would have loved, as he said, for it to have happened during their days. But unfortunately, God willing, the young man, Monk, Said Nasrallah, will be taking credit. But that is life. And that is why I want to thank the late President Tijan Kaba for the efforts he made in bringing the IMC into fruition. We are now looking forward to repealing and bringing a more modern IMC law today, because he did one in 2000 or 2001. Former President Nkrumah again, we have to thank him for the access to information. It was a huge challenge. It was something those before him refused to introduce to this house. And we know, fortunately, my brother, who is now the minister, himself had been a freelance journalist. Mr. Minister, you have been a freelance journalist. So, well, so basically, Mr. Speaker, this has been a process. But again, today, we will thank His Excellency, the President, Julius Maada Bio, for making it a reality of venturing into this world. We will say thank you to him. We must acknowledge the process of development and continuity. I heard the leader of the NGC, even though today somebody said he's the elder brother, but I'm happy that he's still comfortable being the bishop. He's still comfortable. Yeah, your cousin. Mr. Speaker, today we have the policy that was taken to cabinet. I'm sure the minister knows this document very well. It was done in 2016. In 2016, that was when the baby was hatched. That was when the baby was conceived, not the gestation period, Mr. Speaker. I'm not referring to that. But then today, the president has confirmed that if I promise this, I will do it. So I will join my colleague again from the NGC in saying that we should revisit the two-sim issue and make it a reality. I will join him. We have to go in line with modern legislations. Our laws should not be onerous. I am not afraid of competition. I'm not afraid of competition. You know, thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Speaker heard me loud and clear that I am not afraid of competition, and on that note, I support the leader of the NGC who called for us to revisit the two things. And I believe in His Excellency the President. You know, the President that just left, former President Nkrumah, was not a talk and do president. He did not talk, he just did. He was not a talker, he was a doer. This one is talking and doing. So he was in the UK quite recently, before the COVID, and he spoke on the two-sim. And he promised that it is left with Parliament. Well, for us in Parliament, I'm sure we are ready. I'm sure we are ready. It was in the UK, I remember that. But in any case, Mr. Speaker, let me come back. Mr. Speaker, let me come back. No, I was just responding to the talk and do, Mr. Speaker.
No, but you are spraying too far.
You are spraying too far. Now he has spoken, he will do.
You are straying too far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for bringing me back online. Mr. Speaker, you are a very good man, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Leader, I want to join others before me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it seems as if it is deliberate, but I will not pay heed to that sound. No, me na mende o me to fula. From Moyamba. Mr. Speaker, as a puller, based on what she just said, as a puller, and that's a typical puller, because I speak it very well. Mr. Speaker, I'll join others before me in supporting the passage of this amendment to Part 5 of the Public Order Act 1965. And Mr. Minister, again, I want to thank you and your team, together with those that have been accompanying you from SLAJ. But I'm sure Umar Nkufana, my brother, had a haircut before this parliament. I am sure.
Here, by the way,
I've not seen him. He's running away from me.
He has been mentioned so many times, but he's conspicuously absent.
Oh, I've just been told that he's. Oh, today? Today? In any case, I'm here as a full arm, his boss. You know, he's a Madingo. So I represent him in this house as well. So, Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Leader, I join others before me in supporting the passage. Order!
I will have to move certain members of parliament.
Mr. Speaker, we will support the minister on this bill and the next one that will be introduced later. And we want to assure you, Mr. Minister, we have said on this side that whatever good that comes to this house, we will support and will continue to support. But whatever is not good, or we believe is not good on our side, we will not say they should not support, but we on this side will not support. But this one is good and we will support it. I thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, Leader of the Opposition, for your closing remarks. Thank you, Honorable Yunkela from the NGC. Thank you, Honorable Emerson Salamina from the C4C. Thank you all. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all for your contribution. Our own president of SLAC in this parliament, Honorable Ivy Beikabu, our chairman of the Granada family, okay. Of the ACP parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I take the cue from my predecessor, the ECOWAS speaker, Honorable Sidi Tunis. He started the presentation of this bill. Mr. Speaker, when I came, because of the Bo Declaration, sing praise by Honorable Yunkela all the time, saying, you have to live by the Bo Declaration. You have to work with the Bo Declaration. With all fairness to him, Mr. Speaker, I think we have to live and work with the Bo Declaration. So when I came, I talked to the Honorable Opposition Leader. I said, what are we going to do for the bill, thinking about constitution of our standing order? And he said, I will quote him directly, Honorable Numa, if you come with that bill back with the Toria, we'll go look the standing orders. Quote unquote, the leader of the opposition. And I also wanted to satisfy my colleague on the other side, telling us that in this family of business, integrity matters. And we need to live by what you do and what you say and what you have on paper. So what I did, I stood here, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. I raised the standing order SO 59-2. I withdrew the bill. But I was lambasted, vilified. I had innuendos and aspersion against me for doing the right thing when I consulted my colleagues in this house. I did it because you have the experience, you have served in so many places. And I did it in good spirit to hold this parliament together. But so be it. Let us work with our conscience and God. As I said, the last time my contribution, I'm a Christian, a Catholic one. I'm a knight too. Oh yes. And I have my colleague here, the DG of the SFBC. It's a knight too. It's a major.
I think for the edification of the public, I would definitely want to ask that you read the wording of 59-2. 59-2.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Because none of us in this house can pretend not to have heard or seen or read some of the unsavory comments that were made against the leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr.
When he withdrew
yes,
the bill. He withdrew it based on the provisions in our standing orders. So I will give him leave to read 59-2 very clearly, so that the public out there will understand why that action was taken.
So, Speaker, thank you very much. And I read 59.2. Any such committee, let me first read the caption, commit withdrawal of bills. 59.2. Oh, sorry, thank you. If an interval of 3-month notice elapses after any reading of a bill without further action being taken on it, the bill shall be deemed to be withdrawn unless the House otherwise resolves. Mr. Speaker, that is what is written in the standing order.
And that was what you did.
And that was what I did in consultations with leaders of this House. Mr. Speaker, when they invited me to go and get a TV discussion at the AYV, I was moving from my constituency coming. I said I will participate through the normal voice call. And they were forcing me to do the Zoom. I said I cannot do Zoom. They were saying on that program, that man not get Zoom send and phone. They were mocking me. I had it, but I decided to forgive them. I said I'm not going to react. They wanted to set me up with the minister. I said I don't need to make a radio show program or a TV show program. What I need to satisfy my conscience and serve humanity and serve this nation. What I did is in the good spirit of this House, I will do the bill based on what we have in the standing order. Today, I thank you very much. Today, I want to say thanks to Honorable Choloman Duba. He said, Honorable Duba, SO2, I quote him again. You don't do the right thing and you talk to me, I don't go on radio and react. Because I did it in the interest of all of us. So he did that one too. And I called Monk, sorry for giving you Monk, the president of SLAJ. And I said, I'm committed. I don't play emotions with people. I say things by their name, I call things by their name. What is very right is what I will do. I don't fake people because posterity has to judge me. I'm a very young man by age. But Mr. Speaker, that has gone. I don't have time for that. What I have time for is the business we have here today. I'm now going to speak to the bill. But let me just say thanks to the previous administration. Thanks because they started the process. They started the process. For us here we are today. But the initial startup of this process is from Lake Pakaba. And he also initiated the whole process. But he did it by having IMC. When they came, they accelerated the process. So thank you for your administration, Mohamed Bangura, Honorable Aibikabo, all of us. Thank you. Thank you, SLAJ, Kelvin Lewis, the former president for SLAJ. Thank you very much. But Mr. Speaker, in the spirit, we need to pay attention to institutions that we have in our country, and those who have built, and those who created to address situations. We need to take the actions, we need to take the recommendations very seriously. One such institution we created is the TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I will come to that. But let me first read to you this book I have that was mentioned by the leader of the opposition. Draft Policy Proposal on the Repeal of Part 5 of the Public Order Act, 1965. And they had a workshop in 27th of September 2016 to do the repeal. They started something. I said, government to continue on a very good platform. That's what is good, not to continue. We don't continue what is not good. You don't continue corruption. Because corruption is not good. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to read something very interesting. From the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Section 78 and Section 79. Because I want all of us to see that we are in deep business together from all institutions. So that takes me to the way that let us build institutions, let us create institutions and support them. Build them with the necessary documents, necessary policies, necessary laws. That's what we are here doing today. It's not just by rhetoric, not just by praising it, but do it in the true sense of humanity and serving your nation. How do you support them? By the rule of law. Give them proper working documents. Passed in this honorable house. That's what we are doing. But for what they did, for what we started in 2004, and they came, they said, look, let us continue this business. We look at the TRC report. I want to pay fairness to them, because we are all in this business together. Section 78. This school of thought finds moral justification in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report 2004, which states, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Commission recommends, Section 78, the Commission recommends that criminal sanctions in the sphere of expression should be avoided. The civil law, which permits the issue of injunction restraining the publication of defamatory materials and actions for damages arising from defamatory publication, is sufficient to protect individuals from unfounded allegations. 79 again. The Commission recommends that the laws creating the offences of seditious and criminal libel should be repealed. Conduct aimed at inciting violence or lawless conduct is dealt with elsewhere in the criminal laws of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat this one. It's very important. And let's go to there and read the TRC report, which our colleagues on the other side, under the administration, took on board. I repeat myself, Mr. Speaker. Conduct aimed at inciting violence or lawless conduct is dealt with elsewhere in the criminal laws of Sierra Leone. Until the laws are repealed, the Commission recommends a moratorium on all existing or pending prosecution for sedition and criminal libel. These recommendations are imperative. Mr. Speaker, to all fairness to them, what have we done in that life before this time? That's a question we ask ourselves. But we don't need to make blame games. What we need to do is how to take this nation forward. That's why we are here. When we took over office, we said, let us change the narrative, the new direction. This is what exactly we are talking about, the new direction. Thanks to His Excellency the President for taking us to this stage today. We serve the orderly man, build institutions, support them, take good things from the previous administration and fight ahead with them for the interest of the common man and this nation. That is why we are here today, and that we are intended to do. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, Mr. Speaker, when we are in the committee room, you are reminding me. You told me when I went to you, Mr. Speaker, I'll say to again. When I take time to do what you do, you are representing the people of this nation. You are people's representative. So I heard people say, oh, we are called for safeguard. That means we want to make us dictators in this house. We did not call for safeguard. What my predecessor echoed, he said, the people are calling for safeguard. So we should come with the IMCB Act. That's the exact words. So when we went to the pre-legislative hearing, that was an educative pre-legislative hearing, I made a correction. I said to Mr. Minister, we did not call for safeguard. The people called for safeguard. And we just re-echo what they called for. And that is what we are doing. We have no malice. We just want to represent our people. Politicians in this nation are not respected, Mr. Speaker. They don't respect us. They bastardize us all around the place. But you know, faith, our prayers, will save us all the time, and that will take us to heaven. Even what we are doing today, they are doing busy blasting us. Now, Bokum only the ones. They are not paying us since we started to live. We are still here. We are still talking. But we are serving the people. So if you want to quote us directly, even though we are not respected by people, people voted in us. They voted for us to come here. When they ask us for simple things, we don't have the means to do it, they started blasting us. Bastardizing us. Vilify us. All right. But Mr. Speaker, we are not creating a platform to make politics. We are creating a platform today to make history. What is the history? The history is not to go and throw stones. The history is not to abuse people. The history is not to destroy your character or tarnish your image. The history I'm making here today is to practice decent journalism and a decent way of holding the media to account. That's what we are doing today. We are not encouraging reckless journalism. When we come to the IMC, Mr. Speaker, it is clear and enshrined. How do we deal with those things? Why do we need to train our journalists? It is there. That's the reason I told you, we are not going to treat them separately. We are going to treat them like twins. Until we finish this business here, Mr. Minister, give us the time and the latitude for us to deal with this matter very seriously. So I even told you, when I'm going to put it to committee stage, what we are going to do, we are going to even have the report and have a committee of the whole house again to look at it properly, simultaneously. So we rest assured, honorable members, and all of us, that this is the time for us to change the narrative, to be part of history, not to destroy history, to maintain history to eternity, to all of us with our day will come when we say goodbyes to this world. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Part 5 of the Public Order Act, 1965, number 65, number 46. I read this in a pre-legislative hearing, and I want to read it again, because it's good for us to know. And I want to advise all of you, members of the Port Estate, you are part of us. I want to remind you, this business we are going to continue to next week. But avoid premature publication, SO75. This bill is with us. Give us chance to do what we want to do. Even though you don't respect us, allow us to pay justice to this bill, to scrutinize this bill properly. Mr. Minister, and members of the Port Estate, quote me this one verbatim. I got this one from the before the pre-legislative hearing, what they gave me from the Director of Legislative Committee, and which I agree, and I read. The purpose of the Public Order Act, Act number 46 of 1965, in its entirety, was not necessary to muzzle journalists or curtail press freedom as people mostly perceive it to be. There are many other issues that this Act consolidates and tries to address. Let me highlight some of them from the Act we have. Under the Part 5 of defamatory and seditious libel, which I think members may have because of distributed in the committee stage, just the highlights of the paragraph, what the intent, what you want to express. That is the spirit at that time, the intent of the bill at that time were not enacted. And the Act which are manifested by so many people, why we are repealing it. And Part 5, why do we need to highlight some of these things? Knowing publishing a false defamatory libel, that is for paragraph 26, defamatory libel, paragraph 27, plea of truth, paragraph 28, publication absolutely privileged, paragraph 29 of Part 5, cases in publication is conditionally privileged, paragraph 30, that is section right, prosecution of innocent sellers, 31, publication of false news, 32, which we call now fake news, and 33, offenses. 34, section 34, legal proceedings, section 35, evidence, section 36, remember, Mr. Speaker, Governor General may prohibit publication of newspaper in certain circumstances. And 37, interpretation. That is the last one. Why we are highlighting some of these things? Because we want the public to know why we are doing the repeal. Even talking about Governor General, we don't have it now. So the law is very absolute. Talking about other ways, the way they have treated people, using the same provision. It's using obnoxious law. Arrest people arbitrarily. Not even proper investigation. Let us not abuse power. Let us work with power. Example, lawlessness, loitering, trade disputes, protection of public and private properties, etc., etc., But judging from the kind of coverage the issues of libel, quote, and seditious libel, quote, attract the Sierra Leone public, is pushed into believing that the act deals with nothing else but these two issues. It is only part 5. Mr. Speaker, let us take note. We don't want people to go out there because we are dealing with most of our constituents can't understand these things. SO2, no go and I go talk, so we don't go take all the law that we don't know, they don't protect them. People will use that against us. So that's the reason I'm reading the provision, Mr. Speaker. It is only part 5 of the Act that deals with libel and sedition, and this is the part that the government has pledged to repeal, and this is what is before Parliament. True or false, honourable members? So that is what is before the repeal. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, that is what we want to repeal. And we believe, let's not work with malice for this particular bill. We have had all the explanations from various honourable members. We have our paramount chiefs are with us. They are all the constituents that their subjects are also suffering from some of these things. Let us allow people to practice freely. This is a free democracy. This is a free world we are. Let us allow the people to express their liberty. If you don't have nothing, if you don't have skeleton in your cupboard, don't be afraid to do the right thing. It's only when you have skeleton in your cupboard, you're afraid to do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, I thank you very much for let us do this. Let us be together in uniformity in passing this bill. The praise and the history for all of us is not of an individual. But let me remind you, we are not doing this for the one set of people. We are doing this in the interest of Sierra Leoneans. It's not for the benefit of SLAG alone. It's for the interest of those who represent here, for every Sierra Leonean. It's just because of the SLAG, the journalists are piloting this one. Members of the fourth estate, they are piloting, they are pushing hard. They are the whistleblower for this, because they are most time working with it. But for all of us, Mr. Minister, thank you very much for bringing this bill to us. Sierra Leoneans, our similarities are far greater than our differences. Political difference doesn't mean we are enemies. It's just because we are thinking from different sides of the eye. But what we are talking about, we are all under the same roof. We are all under the same roof, discussing the business of Sierra Leone. So let us focus our attention to Sierra Leone. Let us believe in our manifesto. This is not time for politics. This is the time for governance. Let us produce better things for our people. This is not time for us to want to win political gains. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I salute you for your magnanimity for bringing us together for us to discuss this bill. You did it under the sexual offences bill. We enacted it. Thank you very much, and I hope we continue that light. Another administration for all of us, be it MGC, C4, CSF, PAPC. Let us look for one thing: Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. And let us make something part of our system. Be happy. Thank you very much, SLAG. Thank you all. Remember the first estate. I salute you for being with me. Thank you. May the Lord bless us all.
I thank the honourable member, and all honourable members, please take your seats. All honourable members, nobody is allowed to escape. No member is allowed to escape. No member is allowed to escape. We still have another important bill to consider before we rise today. Mr. Minister, I'm sure with all that you've heard, you simply have to say simple thank you to the members. So let me give you the opportunity before you make your motion.
Right, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members of Parliament, today we stand on the threshold of making history together. After today, I am sure we all have the historic opportunity at some point before long to officially announce the obituary of the 1965 Public Order Act. In these words, the death is announced of the Public Order Act of 1965. Let it survive The death occurred following a brief attack of madaphobia. It is survived by the Civil Liberties Law, the Bankruptcy Act, the revised and recalibrated IMC Act,
Mr. Minister,
and the revamped slide disciplinary.
We don't mean to obstruct you, but I don't want you to do small amendment because part 5. Just say part 5. So I want to just go over the whole obituary announcement.
Okay. So, together, I'm sure it will not be long before we all do this obituary announcement in respect of the formal passing of Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. Thus, the death is announced of the Public Order Act, Part 5 of the Public Order Act of 1965. The death occurred following a brief attack of madaphobia. It is survived by the Civil Liberties Law, the Bankruptcy Act, the revived IMC Act, and the revamped sludge disciplinary code. Right Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, I like to pay glowing tribute to all of you speakers before me who have realized and recognized the obnoxious and draconian nature of the Part 5 of the Public Order Act, and who have so unanimously, supported its repeal. We could not be more grateful than that. I have advised myself before coming to the well that I would stay apolitical, but let me state the statement of fact. We all know His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio had an avowed commitment and determination to repeal the criminal libel law. Even though he has been the most libel politician, he has been the most viciously attacked politician, he has been maligned with even the kitchen sink thrown at him. But still he believes the media has an important role to play in national development and has therefore demonstrated boldness, courage, audacity, and commitment to repeal what is before this House today. I have been asked to just cut it very short, not to make a long speech. So it happens that I have the historic opportunity to lead the repeal process on the President says so. This is a 55-year-old legislation, which, like somebody mentioned, is far older than me. We are not age mates. But great history is made by bold people. And one of the biggest supporters I have in this repeal process is His Excellency the President himself, who, in spite of all of the distractions, has kept me on the ball. I like to acknowledge and appreciate that. It is strange, you may all imagine, that the repeal is being driven, is being led and pushed by a ruling and incumbent administration. For the most part, I've listened to all the speakers keenly. It is ruling and incumbent administrations that never want the repeal to go away, because they want to use it to gag the media, they want to use it to run around people with critical dissenting views. But His Excellency is genuinely, honestly, and sincerely interested and committed to midwifing our democracy so that it can continue to grow in leaps and bounds. Today, as we sit here, as we all sit here to make this very historic decision, history will look kindly upon all of you, members of Parliament and my predecessors in the Ministry of Information, who played their own little part to get us to where we are today. History will look very kindly upon all of you, because I know this is coming amidst a lot of apprehensions, a lot of reservations, but I dare say some of the best decisions we have taken in the interest of our country have been taken in similar contexts. Just to take you a little back into history, memory lane, during the war years, the Civil War years, when His Excellency, the late former President, Alhaji Ahmad Tijan Kaba, wanted to sign the Lomé Accord, the whole country was apprehensive. There were lots of reservations expressed on rooftops. No power sharing, no discussions with the RUF. He insisted that was the right and proper thing to do. Leadership comes with clairvoyance. In the end, Lomé Peace Accord was signed, and that was the basis of the enduring peace we enjoy today. So in spite of our apprehensions, I know journalism will be better will be more professional and will be more enduring after the repeal process and when the new IMC bill comes into place. You know, I say so. I'm enthused. This is the quote I like very much from one academic, Franz Fanon. A lot of you might be familiar with that in his Record of the Earth. Every generation out of relative obscurity has a task to perform. It behoves all of us in this room to do the repeal process and to usher in a new dawn, to unshackle the media, and, like the president always aspires to push the frontiers of freedom, civil liberties further and further. I'm not sure my pages are endearing me to honorable members here. So there were concerns about whether SLAG has a disciplinary committee. I dare say yes, there is a disciplinary committee which has been reconstituted. It has brought on board eminent Sierra Leoneans, not just practitioners, some of them former practitioners of the golden age of journalism. They are on that panel, and other members, other respected members of civil society who also care about their hard-won reputations. All of this is geared towards eventual self-regulation in the medium to long term. But again, depending on how they use this freedom, I've had guarantees. So many have raised issues about the replacement. Of course, I have been in the forefront of not saying the replacement because His Excellency did say to repeal Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. But we believe that on freedom without limitations is susceptible to abuse. So as a result, we have put in place a robust and very progressive IMC legislation. Liberia did a repeal without a replacement legislation. Liberia has not gone up in flames. Ghana did, and today the media landscape has changed forever and ever. Amen. So, this is going to come as a complement to other institutions currently in place to ensure that citizens have unfettered and unhindered rights and access to information. You have the right of Access Information Commission. Concerns have also been raised about the mass communications playing a role. Remember, His Excellency made quite a couple of commitments to sanitize the media. Apart from repealing of Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act, he did commit to giving subventions to SLAG, and this is the second, we have done it every inch of the way. He did promise, we are currently working with them to secure an ideal space to construct a SLAG plaza. And once that is done, we're going to jump on to capacity building. We need a lot of this as the days go by, particularly in the post-repeal era. We are currently in discussions with the British High Commission through their development arm, DFID, which is funding the BBC Media Action, that will work with the media to capacitate them. I mean, I cannot shy away from this. The media, there is a lot that needs to be done, right? Which is why when we come to the IMC, we will talk about our position as government, and for which the SLAG has agreed, that people who hold the high and the mighty, people who censoriously report on other people, to quote the Right Honourable Speaker, people who hold other arms of government to account must themselves, be accountable somehow. So that is why we bring in the qualification requirements. That at least, that's such an important gatekeeping role to become an editor of a newspaper or a radio station manager. You should be reasonably educated to be able to discern what to put out there so that you don't become a purveyor of breakdown of law and order, amongst other things. I am very heartened by Honorable Catherine Tarawali's very effusive support for the repeal process and unfettered media. That is, in fact, one of the reasons why you do not have many women daring into journalism or media practice. But when this Damocles sword is removed, I am sure, I can guarantee you, you will see a lot more women, a lot more ladies entering the media landscape. Okay, final page, sorry. I was meant to give a vote of thanks, so I'm going straight there now. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members, we are concerned, somebody mentioned poison and all of that. The Independent Media Commission advertisement committee has been revamped and recalibrated. So one of the things I spoke to them in a recent meeting was, how could we have, there's an advert on condoms on radio. There's an advert on condoms on radio. So that is something else, right? So things like there's an alcohol brand in the market currently. They call it Papa Drink, Mama Gladdy or something. With very explicit pictures. Yeah, something like that. So we're looking at all of these things because we really believe the IMC should be rebooted. What is it again? Oh, okay, Papa Drink, Mama Happy. I have not seen it. Somebody just told me about it. Okay. So there have been concerns about, safeguards. Just in the interest of time, this is something I like to leave when we come to discuss the other paper. But just in case, just for the sake of greater clarity, we have taken that on board. We know citizens, it takes 1 million years to build a reputation. It's a cradle to the grave kind of endeavor. We will not sit by to see one faceless media practitioner erase and tumble that all of a sudden by their singular act. So we have taken into consideration concerns for safeguards. So apart from the existence of the age-old civil liberties legislations, there is also the Bankruptcy Act. It's all too familiar. We say journalists are broke, they are poor. Even if you take them to court to obtain a guilt verdict against them, they cannot pay. But there's good news here. If they cannot pay, they do not have assets, their properties could be confiscated by the courts. And after that, if they are certified bankrupts, they can be declared bankrupt as men of straw, and they will be prevented from practicing regulated professions. For example, they cannot become members of parliament. They cannot practice as journalists again. They cannot become lawyers. So this is quite a serious, I'm sure, safeguard. Nobody wants that to befall them, except people in the very terminal days of their life in their career. Otherwise, no normal person will want that to happen to them. There is also, like I've mentioned, the IMC, which we'll be discussing later, so I won't take it to, I won't zero in on that very much. But concerns have been expressed about people who played their part before this day. We will recognize them. It is our desire to get a very, very big ceremony when His Excellency President Julius Maada will be signing this document off. So the media, those of you who have played a role, IB Tabo, Mr. Kelvin Ruiz, Dimon, Mr. Omar Fofana, the names are too many to recall. This will be the most befitting tribute to give to those people who have been the fourth estate, who came, who saw, who fought, but could not succeed in ensuring the repeal. This will be the most befitting tribute to pay to them. I'm sure as they listen to me here, standing before you members of parliament today, they'll all be turning their graves in pride. That is the best way we can send them home. So, finally, that's the danger of scripting yourself. You want to. So, Right Honorable Speaker, members of parliament, / the Independent Media Commission, members of public who came here this morning because of the public interest aspect of this repeal process. I am grateful, I'm thankful, and for this parliament for being so progressive, for standing up at a material moment like this to be counted amongst other progressive lawmakers in the world. On that note, I thank you, and I look forward to the official obituary announcement of Part 5 of the Public Order Act of 1965. God bless you. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Minister.
Let me move now, sir.
Okay.
On that note, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020 be read the second time.
I thank the Honorable Minister. Honorable members, question is, that the bill entitled the Public Order Act, Amendment Act 2020 be read the second time. All those in favor say aye. I want to repeat the question. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The bill entitled the Public Order Amendment Act 2020, being an act to amend the Public Order Act 1965, Act number 46 of 1965, by repealing Part 5, which deals with defamatory and seditious libel, and to provide for other related matters, has been read the second time.
Honorable members, with your votes, this House has sounded the salutary and historic requiem to Part 5 of the Public Order Act 1965. And we will now commit the bill.
Mr. Speaker. Please, Mr. Speaker. Presiding officer.
The bill will now be committed.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have listened to all of your debates. We said we have to put the IMC and this one together to have the final obituary announcement. So I rise on SO 51, 1, and 3 and commit this bill to the Committee of Legislative. Mr. Speaker, I want to make an amendment, not only the Pre-Legislative Committee, I want to add the Information Committee also. Yes. So the Pre-Legislative Committee, yes. Yes. But I encourage those who are interested to join them. Even SLAD, all other parties, they are interested, can join them. Yeah. So we make the invitation, but we are committing it to the Legislative Committee. Yeah, Legislative Committee, 51, 1, and 3.
Mr. Speaker, I so second.
Honorable members, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
In accordance with the standing orders 51, 1, and 3, the bill has been committed to the Legislative Committee for the scrutiny.
Next. I don't want to take the risk of taking a short adjournment. I know we are all hungry, not just Honorable Kande Yumkela.
For permission, do the first reading and then come back for the second reading. But let the minister, we have to give him comfort. So let us allow him to do the first reading, then we can go for the break. Because he's been here for a long time. So let us give him that comfort, please.
On the understanding that the numbers that I see across the aisle will be the same numbers that I will see when we return. I want that commitment from the two leaders.
Since you are here, our commitment will not supersede that of yours. You should give us the commitment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all under your auspices. What I will say is that you have cautioned all of us this morning. And as members of parliament, I am sure we will do what is right by ensuring that we come back when you adjourn. We are supposed to do that.
Leader of government business.
Same, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. So, let's move on then.
Bill. The Independent Media Commission Act 2020. Introduction and first reading. The Minister of Information and Communications.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read for the first time.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read the first time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 has been read the first time. Second reading.
May I invite both of you, please? Honorable members, we shall now take a short adjournment. The House will stand adjourned till 3 p.m. But let me sound this warning once again. The records are here to show the members that were here up to this point of adjournment. When we resume at 3, there will be a roll call if necessary. There will be a roll call if necessary. I haven't finished. If there is any absentee, that member will be recorded as absent when we resume at 3 o'clock. The House stands adjourned to 3 p.m.
And obviously, the two bill actually, the repeal of Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act and also the IMC bill. Well, of course, the House of Parliament they look at them two bill and they like a sister bill them, whereby they don't go past one, they left the other one. So that the reason why they bring all through the bill, though the bill are very separate because from over 50 years, journalists and the advocates for let them repeal that section there, now the Constitution, the Part 5 of the Public Order Act of 1965. And then for repeal that means for pull and come out because say dagger and now journalists they aid because maybe if you go libel somebody, it will take you journalists as criminal. So the association, they look and say, no, they're not for term journalists as criminal. It can be civil matter. So instead of the old journalists, they say the criminal business you don't do, then go, they sentence you, you go jail. Now, if you default, you can go to court and it will be a civil matter, civil law suits, whereby they go fine you. If you not pay, then there's a law we go say they go fine you, then declare you bankrupt. You not go practice again. But good things they be end day, if them declare you bankrupt, which means you don't get opportunity again for practice as journalists, and you don't get the opportunity for even be member of parliament. So you position them way, of course, you will get, you're not going to forget them now this country. So even though journalists and they ask for pull that part of the law come out, yes, still, I mean, they look at the IMC so that the IMC will come up with something where at least will be a safeguard to the general public. Because this is not for journalists no more, now also for the general public, because journalists sometimes it can affect, it can do something to the general public when a civilian. So if they look outside for fan, redress. So now that we make journalists, they can go court, sentence them in the jail. And the association no want that for let it happen. So that the reason that make the advocate. But luckily, we get a lucky minister we na Mohammed Rahman Soare, we na the Minister of Information. Of course, he can push the bill at the House of Parliament, and also the President of SLAJ, we na Said Nasrallah, we popularly known as the Monk. Well, they don't pass that particular bill because they don't debate on them. They don't pass under the Legislative Committee. Now, when Parliament resume back, 3 o'clock, then they come now on the second bill, we na the IMC bill, and now a lot of things that they we na the safeguards for journalists them. Because even at that, when they be time for draft that bill day, but good things they way the association not being agreed to. But I mean they're able to harmonize, they come together and then agree to a lot of things them inside that bill, we make them bring come na the House of Parliament. Now it don't come out the privilege, that is the first for Lucam. We will invite all the necessary actors that were involved, and now they bring come into the well of Parliament and don't do first reading, and when the minister come back, he go for do second reading before then they can go now the third reading committee stage, and then we go final decision from the House of Parliament. So it's going to be a long day today, and now Parliament don't take a break for less than an hour. We're going to come back for resume, and we see say this thing go on today so that journalists at least go able for practice without the thing say dagger hanging at their aid. So we wait for that, and I'm sure the general public as well will be very happy that journalists don't just write about you. We, of course, cross-check, give proper information, we will just tarnish your character, like that. This also, not to Tom Card, for let journalists just write about anybody, because the safeguards we go there in the IMC will pin you down as well for make you not do bad practice. But overall, journalists are very happy that they no go term a journalist as criminal. Because if anything happen, go wrong, they will not say na civil matter where you go court, na talk maybe you go win, or maybe if you lost, that no mean say you go jail, they will fine you certain amount of money where they no say you go able for pay. Well, not that it take the place of the part 5 of the law where the 1991 Constitution, so for repeal that, don't say you place them, but now like safeguards for even pin the journalists, make say just practice like that. There are things that we also they look after them as a journalist, but now they're not going to term journalists as criminal again, and that namely we as journalists don't want, because one for practice, which I saw not in our aid, at least we practice freely, but yet still, this that the general public and the journalists them as well will enjoy this particular repeal of this part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. Well, we want to take a break for now. We'll go back to New England Vale, and then when we resume at 3, we will bring on the second part of Parliament, whereby the Minister of Information will go for read the second stage of the bill, that is the IMC bill. So, until then, Dan Mose, and at the end now over back to New England for some time, and then we'll go for come back at the Well of Parliament. Thanks to my cameraman David Williams, and of course Alexis Semi, technical man. And thanks to my colleagues, they're also in New England. And on behalf of the SLBC, we want to say we continue always for the watch SLBC, because we will bring on live coverages. Until then, bye-bye.
Continue debate.
Mr. Speaker, the time is now past 3. I therefore move to suspend SL52. Thank you.
Any second.
I so
second. I ask for 1 second and not 2.
I so second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say nay. The ayes have it. Clerk, roll call, quiet roll call. I want to know those that are absent.
A quick point of order, Mr. Speaker. Just to mention.
What's your point of order?
It's not on the roll call, sir.
What?
It's not on the roll call.
No, but
I wanted to bring something to your attention. I wanted to bring something to your attention also.
Cite the order.
34, sir.
Yes.
Please emphasize again that COVID still exists. I see a lot of people without masks around the building. And parliaments are an incubator.
I endorse your statement 110%. Because it lost people of my age.
The bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 has been read the first time. Second reading.
The Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read for the second time. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have had clarion calls from the population, citizens generally, that they support the repeal of Part 5 of the 1965 Criminal Libel Law, but they are also apprehensive of the state of play in the absence of necessary safeguards. In heeding that clarion call, We, as Ministry of Information and Communications, have worked relentlessly over the period with multi-stakeholder groups, including Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, the Independent Media Commission, the Media Reform Coordinating Group, civil society, and development partners to put together what we believe will answer those concerns by members of the public and indeed by both the legislative and the executive, all the arms of government, as a matter of fact. So in this bill, the whole object, the overriding objective is to ensure that we are able to provide an enabling opportunity for professional journalism to thrive and for us to expand the frontiers of freedom so that the media practices, without being shackled, the media practices in an atmosphere that will make it thrive and prosper. This is the overarching objective of the IMC Bill 2020. But there are key issues that might interest members of the House here. Number one, we have said, since this is a very important profession that holds the high and the mighty to account, that holds even members of the executive, legislature, and judiciary to public scrutiny, we believe that there has to be basic entry requirements to become gatekeepers of this profession. For example, one of the key provisions we have listed...
Honorable Minister, just hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
We are the lawmakers. We therefore must set the example for those outside this house to follow. All members who are not wearing their face mask, please do so now. If you don't have one, then take leave of us. Go ahead, Mr.
Honorable Speaker, sir, like I noted, so we have insisted that there has to be educational requirements for people to become gatekeepers in media practice. For example, we insist if you want to become editor of a newspaper, you should have a university degree. There were initial who-has about it between us and SLAG, but we have reached a consensus that you could have a university degree from any university in either mass communications or a related discipline. 5 years of experience to become a newspaper editor.
Any university?
Recognized university. That's the operative word. Recognized university. Well, we also note that to become a radio station manager, you should at least have had something like, you either make the first qualification I earlier noted, or you have a diploma plus 10 years experience. So that is to take care of the educational requirements. We believe this is very important because they play such an important gatekeeping role that they are bound to have they should have the mental agility to be able to censoriously and scrutinously determine what is good for public consumption without causing any public disaffection. So that's part of the things we have agreed with SLAG on this. Even though the disagreement, we are slightly not together when it comes to whether putting it in the main document or having it in the regulations. But the important point is there's a meeting of the mind. We agree that this has to continue so that we'll get men of the right timber and caliber editing our newspapers or becoming radio station managers across the country. So that's the educational requirement. There are also issues bordering on the public interest. We believe the current Independent Media Commission as it is weak and for the most part has been challenged either in the High Court or other courts when they levy fines and others. As it is right now, you have a whole lot of them who have been fined, a whole lot of media outlets who have been fined, have not paid fines, and there is very little the IMC can do about it. So we have a long list of them. So we are proposing in the new law, which is a product of joint consultations with all the stakeholders, that going forward, the IMC should have an opportunity to close down media outlets which fail to comply after 2 warnings, right? To either do a retraction, to pay fines, or take necessary action, or sometimes media outlets could even be closed or licenses withdrawn if they fail to adhere to public interest, on grounds of the public interest. So the debate has been, what is the public interest? It has been variously defined. We have a situation now in the midst of COVID-19. We have said public gatherings are not in the public interest, right? So that is one such situation. If you have national emergencies, things bordering on national security, those ones constitute the national interest. We have agreed on that. Or I don't know what the House makes of it, but that is something that came up for very serious debate, and we have been able to reach those understandings. Anything that will cause civil strike could put a knife on the things that hold this country together, could set it up in flames, constitute the public interest. Those issues, on those grounds, newspapers media houses could be shut down or licenses withdrawn in the public interest. You talk about there are issues around office spaces. We know, as it is right now, many media outlets operate from either USB sticks or backpacks in the streets of Freetown around the country. They don't have any identifiable or identified office anywhere. So more often than not, you do not even know who are the faces behind the publications, which go on to malign, which go on to write all kinds of seditious and libelous things about people. So we are saying you must have an identified office space. Probably you want to ask with lease guarantees with the landlord and all of that. So we are able to know where you are, and there's already a requirement that on your masthead you must clearly have all your details, address, telephone number, proprietor, editor, all of those things. So that is something we will enforce. The other bit, I know everybody in Sierra Leone is concerned about yellow journalism or attack, defend, and collect journalism. Mr. A says, look, you pay the right price, somebody goes to do a very scurrilous work for you to tarnish another person's hard-won reputation. We are very cognizant of that. So we say one of the incentives for that is because journalists, for the most part, are not paid. Many are brought into the profession, they just give them an ID card and say to them, go you into the world and fend for yourself. We think that is not right. They resort to blackmail, to attack, to defend, to collect, and yellow journalism is the right tool. So we are saying it now becomes imperative under the new IMC law that anybody who practices as a journalist must be on regular monthly salary. And last time I checked, when the finance minister, Mr. Jacob Jesus Safa, presented the finance bill here, which was approved, the new minimum wage is 600,000 leon. And I'm aware also that there are labor law provisions which make provision for better conditions clause, right? So we are making that a requirement so that at the end of the day, anybody who practices as a media practitioner at least has something to take home to their families. That is the best way young practitioners can plan their lives to make contributions to national development. Because if you leave home, really, your wife and kids don't have something to eat, any opportunity you meet along the way becomes a golden opportunity. You milk it. Without any disrespect for even those who have been in practice for the longest time. Honorable I.D. Kakpo here is blessed. I mean, he still has a job, a very enviable job. But I know many who belong to the Veteran Journalists Union, VEJU, who are still coasting. Because in their days before now, they never worked for salary, there are no social security provisions for them, no pension, no nothing. So you fend for a living when you are active. At the time you should be resting, you are still a coaster. So believe this salary requirement will ensure that we produce the right caliber of journalists who will now go on to have a secure retirement for them, that will benefit them and their families. So we're also talking about registration. There were a lot of concerns when we published the first one. Let me make this clear, just for the benefit of all of us. There was the initial misrepresentation that The Sierra Leone Association of Journalists was not consulted. We have been together in it from the start, like they say in Creole, from pay to pay rape. From the moment we started talking about the IMC bill, we coordinated, we collaborated with then civil society and all affiliate groups. So what you see before us is supposed to be a joint product of our endeavors. There have been a few alterations here and there, and we will advise Parliament accordingly. So, but this is what we have. They think it is their view that the current re-registration process is cumbersome. We have no objections. We've had a meeting of the minds. We can do the necessary modifications to ensure that it does not become a double whammy on them. The same process is repeated all over again. There have also been issues around gender sensitivity. Many have said in the current act we note the chairman. Well, we even forget that there was once a chairperson, a lady who has been probably one of the most productive era, who was chairperson of the commission, of the Independent Media Commission. So that has been brought to our notice. There is also the issue around audits. You know, the journalists say they run private entities, so there should not be a registration requirement advising them to open their books for audits by the IMC. The IMC, on their part, is arguing that, well, for reasons of process audit, that is why they want it. So these are the key issues in the IMC bill. Of course, fines have been increased. Before now, there were even 500,000 new fines. You know, we have gone beyond that. You have fines as much as 30 million, right? 5 billion, 30 million, or more. So that means we have listened to the concerns of members of the public, and now that we will not be going any movement out of our way to make faceless journalists national celebrities, because what you do under the criminal libel, once you arrest them, even if the man cannot write a straight love letter, once you arrest them, he becomes an instant rock star. He becomes an instant celebrity, faceless as they may be. So we now say, go for their pockets, and they will reel from that and be good citizens thereafter. So there is also the issue around, of course, we've spoken about education. We have agreed on that. There is the issue around you don't just pay salaries, you also pay social security benefits, like I noted. You know, under the provisions of the National Social Security and Insurance Act number 2002, this is mandatory for all employers to pay social security of 10% on behalf of their employees, and at the same time deduct 5% from their gross earnings. We believe that this way, so this is supposed to really be the media practitioners' bill, right? It will leave them better off, not worse off, than other bills have done to other people, other categories of people before. Finally, I'd like to talk about the fact that we want this bill, once it is agreed here, we'll make sure that everybody who is somebody in the media and members of the public are adequately aware of the provisions. I have to give this to the Independent Media Commission. Once we started the engagement process, they went across the country. They have been engaging practitioners all over the country to explain to them the possible alternative recourse available to them in the event of the repeal of Part 5 of the 1965 Public Order Act. So all media practitioners across the country are aware of this, and we've also been speaking to citizens to understand that all is not lost. We are not giving a blank check to journalists to become reckless, to become unprofessional, to become irresponsible. There are a couple of measures, quite very stringent ones, that could hold their fingers to the fire. So, Honorable Speaker, members of Parliament, colleagues all, I thank you all. I am open, as I guaranteed you before, to any further questions on this matter. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read for the second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read the second time.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, after the chairman of the legislative committee, I want us to follow the following ground rules. Preference will be given to those members who were unable to catch my eye this morning, because I know there are quite a good number of you, but brevity being the soul of wit, I advise myself to pretend I did not observe some of you, but now you'll be able to catch my eye, so I will have the preference. For those who had had one bite of the sherry in the morning, you'll find it a little bit difficult to have a second bite this afternoon.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have before us as a House the Independent Media Commission Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to start this debate by commending this honorable House for thinking Sierra Leone by not repealing the repealing Part 5 of the Public Order Act hastily on the first day it was laid before this Parliament, and using wisdom, the wisdom of the leader then, to ask that the bill be read for the first reading and ask that the Independent Media Commission take a proper look into their act to see whether amendments could be made to that act and proper safeguards will be inserted in that amendment for the safety of the public. That has led to this bill today. And by the time we finish this bill, it is going to do each and every Sierra Leonean good, including the very institution that is behind the repeal and the passing of the amendment. We have held extensive discussion on this bill at the stage of pre-legislation, and we gave a very good shot to it. I shall not debate too long on it, as it might go through certain other stages before it shall eventually be passed. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I look at the idea in the bill itself and I consider it very good. The ideas are very brilliant. It is left with us now to dot the I's and cross the T's, which I am sure we will do at committee stage. I have looked in the bill and I will pinpoint just few areas. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, at the commencement of the bill, IMC itself is declared to be a body corporate with the right to sue and be sued. We might want to think about all other institutions that they will be regulating, whether they will have the same capacity as the institution that is regulating them has. That is, those institutions that they are regulating be legal juristic persons with the right to sue and be sued. In that case, citizens, I am sure, will be in the position to consider actions against any such institutions that crosses the line. Also, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also took a brief look at Section 24 of the bill. Section 24 of the bill talks about license. The IMC bill now recommends that they have the right to actually issue license after application and due vetting and suspend this license or refuse those applications. Also in the bill, they've now given themselves the right to suspend license when they know somebody has crossed the line. And also in the bill now, they have given themselves the power to refuse somebody a license at the time of reapplication for renewal. All of these acts, all of these are very good. They have also mentioned the right of an appeal, that if you apply for a license and that license is not so granted, or you apply for a renewal and your renewal is refused, you have the right to appeal to the Court of Appeal within 30 days, and the Court of Appeal has the right to consider your claim within 30 days. Some of the things that they did not actually look at are areas like if IMC suspends somebody's license and that person is not being able to operate for a period of 30 days or 1 month or 2 months, and the appeals court holds in favor of that person, what compensation will be given to that person whose institution was closed as a result of the action of IMC? Because in law, it's like the law of gravity. Whatever goes up must come down. If IMC has the right to close and the person has the right to appeal, that person also has right to compensation. This House might want to have a look at that. I also noticed that the IMC created offenses, like under section 24(5), they created offenses, but they did not attach any punishment to it. They are saying by statutory regulations to be drafted later. I am sure that this House might actually want to complete the offense, that if you do this, this amount of years or fines will be levied at you. I am sure what is before you is before us is a mere proposal. We have the right at committee stage to rewrite everything again and make sure we give the public or the populace a very good bill and a complete act. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I might want to briefly comment on the word sedition. Sedition, to my mind, looking at the dictionary, is somebody making a statement or a speech that has the propensity of having the public rise up against its authority. In this situation, the president. In monarchy, the queen. It is so stated. That is glaringly captured under Part 5. And we are actually repealing Part 5. That one, when you really look at sedition, it really has so much, the magnitude of recklessness is so high. Because recklessness is taking an unjustifiable risk to say, I am going to make this statement and get the entire Sierra Leonean populace to rise up against the president. That action will affect each and every person, the journalists, the lawyers, the engineer, parliament, the people in the villages. So we might want to have a look at that properly. Because it's not only about publishing newspapers or the like. Now we have social media. Somebody might want to go sit in Australia, a Sierra Leonean, to incite the Sierra Leonean public against the government of Sierra Leone. Government today, government tomorrow, government forever. So we want to have a look at sedition as an ambit of the law which we are repealing in that law, to see how best we can capture it in the IMC bill, if this honorable House thinks that one actually makes sense. Because, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as members of parliament, we know it is normally not easy for bills for laws to be reformed, taken to the law officers, deliberated, taken to cabinet, and brought before the House. So when we have the opportunity to deal with a piece of legislation, it is good that we do justice to it in such a way that whatever loose end there would have been is captured and dealt with for the good of the Sierra Leonean public. We have dealt with it at pre-legislation, effectively. I don't intend to bore the entire House. I look at the idea as pretty good, but there is so much job to be done on it. That's my perception. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks to you for giving me the opportunity to start this debate.
I thank the chairman of the Legislative Committee for pointing out some of the lacunae and loopholes and gaps. And they are quite a good number. Quite a good number. Now it is our property. It is our property. We can do whatever we like with it. We can refine it. We can change it. We can modernize it. Not only for this century, but for the future as well. Yes, I recognize the man from Falaba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thanks to the Minister of Information for two important documents that we have discussed here today, or we are about to discuss. We are about to pass or to discuss a bill that will soon become a law if this House agrees. Mr. Speaker, but when we are making laws, let us make laws that are free from individuals using those laws in their own advantage. We've just discussed the Libel Act, seditious libel. And Mr. Speaker, I could remember on May 9th when I made a post in a Sierra Leone parliamentary forum, and that post was forwarded by a member of parliament. I was invited to the CID. I was invited to the CID, and when I was presented with the charges against me, was a seditious libel and defamatory character, and to a certain point that it can lead to treason. Yeah, that was the charges brought against me then. I am not a journalist. I am a politician and a member of parliament. And my job is to talk. And sometimes to hold the government accountable. I should not be limited that I should always talk in parliament and I should not talk outside parliament. I should not talk out in parliamentary forum, WhatsApp forum. So, Mr. Speaker, for some of us,
Honorable Ayamara, let me refer you to the votes and proceedings that were adopted this morning. That document foreshadows the prospect of this Parliament considering and passing a Cybercrime Act 2020. So maybe the point you're about to make more appropriately belongs to that particular piece of legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just highlighted my charges then. The charge that was brought to me by the police was seditious libel and defamatory character. And that we've discussed this morning. So to some of us that has tested the negativity of that particular law, I would say today is a freedom day. Mr. Speaker, I spent 2 nights under the custody of the police. The first day, I was in open custody. And then I was called again by the CID. I should not be in open custody, but it should be in close custody. And I stayed with I was sent down the close custody. At that time, Mr. Speaker, we had nearly 100 people being captured from Losar and also Tombo. So we are all together in that cell. I suffered, Mr. Speaker. I went through a lot, just because of what they call seditious libel and defamatory character. And that time is so broad, it's so big. So repealing that particular aspect today, some of you might not know how I do feel. Thinking of other people who went through the same, like Paul Kamara, my dad was naming them today.
It's a rebirth for you.
Mr. Speaker, indeed. You know, sometimes you will never recognize those bad laws until you have bad leaders. I remember, Mr. Speaker, I have been in Parliament from 2012. We never had the kind of pressure in repealing that particular aspect of the law as it is now. Yes. My honorable minister was boasting
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, I just want the honorable member to understand that the repeal of this law did not come as a result of public pressure. It came as a commitment from His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my honorable Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. You're right. And the bill was here before, and we know what happened in this Parliament, how it was thrown back. I will not go into detail. I will stop there because you are my leader. But I said earlier, you will never know that there are bad laws until you have bad leaders. And I want to say thanks to SLAJ for the continuous pressure, especially this time around. Let me be sincere here. The pressure mounted by SLAJ in repealing this particular act has never happened before. It's because they knew that things are happening that are wrong. It's because they knew that they are using that particular aspect of the law in the wrong way. Imagine a sitting member of Parliament.
Point of order again. Mr. Speaker, in fact, no, the leader is here. Mr. Speaker, the leader is here. Now I will leave it with the leader. The leader is here. But in any case, I just want the honorable member to understand. That the pressure that he's talking about on SLAJ, references have always been made to statements of His Excellency the President. Not outside of that. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, there are bad laws, not only that criminal libel law. We have many others that need to be repealed. But my take is, I've listened to the minister keenly. The minister is talking about unserious journalism, using certain words against our journalists. I want to say, when we are doing laws, let us do it with utmost sincerity and good faith. That is very important. We cannot say we are repealing that particular aspect of the law and we are adding other umbrella to squeeze it in another direction. It's wrong. Let us give the media absolute freedom. I repeat that one. Let us give our media brothers and sisters the absolute freedom to operate. We don't need to squeeze it in another way. Yes, let us go. We have seen in this particular bill that they are going to do the codes and so on. Again, when you are doing the code, the IMC, you are still under you are a political institution.
Point of
not
order,
yet absolutely independent. I know what I'm saying.
Point of order. Sorry. It is not doing, check your reading properly. I refer you if you don't mind. They are not doing the media code of ethics alone, code of practice. they are going to be in connection with Slash. So read it properly, and I will read it if you don't mind. So it's not like because you have IMC there. Let me read it, if you don't mind. Section 12, Mr. Speaker.
12G, I've read it.
No, read it again.
Okay,
So read
thank
it.
you so much. Allow me, I am on my leader.
I'm point of order, you are giving the floor. Can you sit, please? Let me speak. I'll be giving you the floor to speak by the speaker.
I will give you the floor as a leader.
I have raised the point of order on you because I need
because giving you the floor. As I will give you the floor as a leader. So if you come for me, don't compel me to sit down.
All right. No problem, sir. Sit down,
no,
sir. Mr. Speaker, though for me, I would like my colleagues to speak to the bill. The preamble was really unnecessary, but the leader of the opposition will talk to him better. But let me go and read this provision because we want this bill to be people's bill. Section 12 clause G, 2G. Establish, monitor, and enforce a media code of practice through Sierra Leone in consultation with Sierra Leone Association of Journalists and other media practitioners and associations. Read further, they will tell you why. So it's not like you are going to sit down and just prepare. In fact, let me tell you, for every fine, it's going to come in form of statutory instrument. If you read this bill further. So I just want to say it's not like they are going to see.
Mr. Speaker, my leader is absolutely right.
Thank you.
In consultation, and we've defined consultation in different ways in this particular parliament and other settings. Sometimes consultation merely means informing you, but it doesn't mean we should go by what you want. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker. And the IMC commissioner and chairman have been appointed by the president. And so therefore they are not absolutely independent. Sometimes they are political party carriers. They carry particular political parties. And so therefore, in establishing or monitor and enforce the media code of practice, I want them to, in fact, we need to, this particular side of this bill, we need to look at it cleanly so that we can give absolute freedom to the media.
Which one?
The 12G that my leader just read. Mr. Speaker, again, talking about absolute freedom. When you read through the bill, you see many areas where they are talking about public interest. My question is, what is public interest and what is not public interest? And that is another catch wherein the IMC will surely come, that in the public interest, this is what you want. How do you determine the public interest? And the other way you can determine the public interest is through vote. That is, us members of parliament, we are representing the public interest here. Because the public, the people out there voted for us. And that is again very important. Mr. Speaker, you look at this, which part is it? Part 3 and 13. Part 3, 13.
What clause?
1. Let me look at the first 1A. 13.1a. A person or institution shall not carry out radio, television, or direct to home digital satellite service broadcasting unless that person or institution obtains a license. Yes, it is very important to obtain a license. But in this year of our Lord, wherein you have a technology that is fastly spreading, now we are talking of the 5Gs. You know, some of these laws, we need to relax them a little. Because we are reaching, imagine what should have happened to some of us if there is no WhatsApp. What should have happened to some of us if there is no Facebook? And we are reaching that direction where people would rather sit at home, do a radio discussion without even linking to the main radio station. We are seeing them, they are coming up. You have certain form of WhatsApp program wherein you can link other people, they go through your link, and then you broadcast. Does that mean they need to obtain a license for that? That's very important. And we have a very young minister that is very much okay with the new technology that is fastly spreading. Very soon we'll go into the 5Gs. You know, some of these things that we are discussing here are very important. So let us make law that will stand the test of time. Not when a new government comes tomorrow, say we have to change it again. It is waste of resources and waste of everything. Mr. Speaker, again say, okay, the newspaper is there that publish a newspaper, magazine, or newsletter, unless that person or institution is registered with the commission. Newsletter, for God's sake. Do I have to register with IMC? It is very much important that we look at them. And I said earlier, as I stated earlier, that we need to give absolute freedom to the media. Not really say we are giving you this freedom, but we are controlling you under the table. That this is what we want you to do, and this is what you should do. Mr. Speaker, again, the fine here is too much, of 30 million. A person or institution who contravenes subsection commits an offence and shall be liable to a fine not exceeding 30 million. That you can say from 1 million to 30 million. But again, we know the law. The law is sometimes wicked. They can go for the higher, like what they did to Palo Content. That you pay 30 million. You know, sometimes let us don't determine, or let us don't give people to determine the fate. Let us guide them with strict laws. 30 million is too much to find media houses because of they committed something. In other words, what we are doing indirectly, we are not giving them the absolute freedom. Mr. Speaker, if you go to 14 again, 14, that the B aspect, 14.1b, it is in the, okay, let me read the heading. The commission may suspend or cancel a license where it is certified that it is in the public interest to do so. How do you know this particular publication? How do you know this particular is against the public interest? How do you determine what the public interest is? Is that not a political clause there? So that yes, we want to give you the freedom, but you should be mindful of this particular area. Mr. Speaker, let us give absolute freedom to the media. Let them do what they want to do. At times, you know, Mr. Speaker, today, we have people overseas who are sitting there. They are doing audio calls, they are doing video call broadcasts, and so on.
Well, let me remind you that indeed I've been asked many times to bring this to your attention, that this session or this sitting is on air, both locally and internationally.
Thank you so much.
So you are being carried internationally.
I know, Mr. Speaker.
But I'm particularly intrigued by your theory of absolute freedom.
Absolute.
The absoluteness of your freedom. I think I'll be candidate for your school.
Honorable, you know what absolute is and you know what freedom is. Mr. Speaker, maybe I will come to that later, the absolute freedom. Mr. Speaker, we have presently people sitting overseas, they are doing video calls, they are doing sending WhatsApp, audios, and so on. And they are enjoying their liberty to do so because they are not within country. We do have radio stations that are not broadcasting with that kind of independence, and they are losing out their credibility to do so. Presently, I don't listen to any radio station anymore because I know what they are carrying. I know what they do. And many of them are afraid to broadcast with that kind of fairness, to broadcast with that kind of authority. They don't want to do it. It's either you are politically linked or to a certain extent you are being sent behind bars. So therefore, let us create a bill, a law that will give them that liberty to do their job without fairness or without being intimidated. as in this case, the aspect of what we call public interest. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, since I was sent to the CID where I spent 2 days, I never talked on it to anyone. I never discussed it. But let me use this opportunity today, first of all, to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to also thank the leader of government business, the leader of ECOWAS, all members of parliament, particularly my leader, and also my boss, the chairman of Public Accounts Committee and the deputy speaker of the parliament. He was my lawyer, and he told me categorically clear that as a BDCID, we don't care as a problem. He did all his best. I spent 2 nights there together with Sylvia Blyden. Sylvia Blyden was there on seditious, libel, and defamatory characters. So honestly, Mr. Speaker, we say thanks to everyone, thanks to SLAG, at least for coming up with such, for creating that kind of pressure on the minister. And again, we say thank you, Mr. Minister. And Mr. Minister will say thank you for yielding to their pressure, and you continue negotiating this with your colleague ministers for them to understand. The only thing I want you to do is let us create a bill with sincerity and honesty, and let us give that bill absolute freedom. Thank you so much.
Well, I thank the honorable member for his contribution and for his rather intriguing theory of absolute freedom. I will take the Honorable Tawa, followed by, I see at least one paramount chief. A paramount chief wanting to catch my eye. You see, each time you people tell me about Osher, is there any cargo in the house? Any cargo? Honorable any cargo? Your check still wants to catch my eye.
Allow him. Please allow him.
You take responsibility. When he starts expounding on his theory, Honorable Tawa, you have the floor, followed by the Honorable Paramount Chief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to use this opportunity to lend my voice to the voice of others before me who have in diverse ways mentioned the determined leadership, foresight and providence of His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio. Under whose canopy, the Minister of Information and Communication, Mr. Mohammed Rahman Suare, operates. He has shown resolve, he has shown determination, and he has demonstrated that he is a man that belongs to the family of talk and do. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, much has been said about pressure. But when the minister was presenting the bill to us, he alluded to synergies between the INC, between SLAG, between the ministry and other agencies that were consulted before a draft of a document formed in the form of a bill presented to this House. And that synergy shows that there is a direct symbiosis between SLAG, the ministry, and the IMC. So for me to hear about pressure being mounted on the ministry by SLAG, I'm sure if colleagues in this House can remember, and it was said this morning, by the honorable leader of the opposition that at a certain time in the history of this country, a starting president of the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists had to keep his ear for a long time, waiting to be shaved, pending it on the repeal of the Seditious Libel Law, Part 5. Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
for the records, I was not going to rise, but since he deliberately tried to turn his face otherwise, that is why I have to rise, Mr. Speaker. The statement was made by the honorable member from Kailan, not myself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the answers have it that Umaru Fofana was mentioned, and it was said.
No, Mr. Speaker. He has to.
No. You have to accept the correction.
It's accepted. It's accepted, Mr. Speaker. But the records have it that Umaru Fofana was mentioned this morning, not by the leader of the opposition, but he was mentioned this morning. Okay. And Umaru Fofana was mentioned at the privilege, and he was mentioned by the right honorable leader of the opposition.
And I also mentioned his name.
Yes, and the reason for which he was mentioned was as a result of the fact that he could not shave because he was waiting for the repeal of this bill. But his wish, his aspiration was never achieved. So he had to shave unwillingly. But today, without any hair, without any shaving, the bill is before this House. It shows a determined president that is operating without pressure. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the issue of Clause G noted on Clause 12 of this bill, for which my honorable colleague from Falaba was asking for total and absolute freedom. Not even Parliament operates in that totality, Mr. Speaker. Let me draw your attention to Standing Order 7013. Is it 13? That Parliament has 11. That Parliament has a committee on privileges that checks the attitude, behavior, and conduct of members of Parliament within and outside the precincts of Parliament. So I see nothing wrong for the IMC and SLAJ to have come up with a code of conduct and a code of practice committee to ensure that whatever we are doing to support journalism and whatever we are doing to attract investment into a very sacred entity, an agency that was mentioned by even the Constitution, the Fourth Estate, I don't see anything wrong for them to have a code of practice. The minister also made mention of the fact that between SLAJ and the IMC, there is conjecture over the issue of presenting their financials. I said it at the privilege, that if we are going to accept the word body corporate, then we have to accept the attendant effect and the attendant attachments to body corporate. If you are a body corporate, you must maintain an account. If you are a body corporate, you must take out insurance. And if you are a body corporate and you have a regulator, that regulator has to see your account and they have to ascertain that your business is a going concern. Because let's not forget that this bill is saying that the media houses should begin to undertake the payment of salaries, should begin to undertake the payment of PAYE, should begin to undertake the contribution of NACIT. And if you are doing that, the state of your account should be the only document, and it's the only document that can ascertain that your expenditure, your liabilities, your revenues you generate can adequately meet your total expenditure. So for me, Mr. Speaker, I see that the bill, though the conditions for renewal are almost the same with that of the condition for new entry, which for me shows some lacuna. And I'm sure the minister, the IMC and SLAJ, they will agree that we need to look at that. Because for us to have a perfect bill, we need to have a situation where conditions for granting licenses are different from conditions for renewal of licenses. Though, like I said, if we are going to agree with the content of the wording body corporate, then we have to accept the attendant benefits that comes with a body corporate. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I also want to look at section Section 25 of this bill. Okay, that's what I've looked at already, Mr. Speaker. So for me, what I think we should do is to provide the necessary platform to ensure that we have a bill that has enough safeguards as requested by the public to ensure that the business of journalism is done in a sane, serene, and tranquil atmosphere, where the journalists can practice without fear, where the journalists can practice doing their work with the requisite incentive. And what I will say in terms of the submission by the minister regarding taking qualification to the regulation, if you go to court, the lawyers will tell you that what is tenable is what is in the act. So if we are going to agree that qualification to be a manager, station manager, qualification to be an editor has to be a prerequisite, it has to be in the bill. Because it is the bill that can stand the test of time. Regulations, though they are statutory instruments, they are law by themselves. But at the court, the lawyers are here. They can clarify, they can confirm. When you take it to the court, the judges, the magistrates will put the act before the regulations, and they will tend to believe in the interpretation of the act and take what the act says as what should be the appropriate measure. So for me, if we were saying, if between SLAG, IMC and the ministry have agreed that those requirements for being an editor or for you becoming a station manager are prerequisites, then it has to be in the bill. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the minister. I want to thank the president of SLAG, Mr. Ahmed Said Nasrallah, my former defender of Baibu Hall, and the former presidents of SLAG, Mr. Kevin Lewis, the Honorable Ivy Kago, for their relentless determination in seeing this process to its logical conclusion. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Member for his very eloquent contribution, and I just want to draw attention of honorable members here and the minister as we proceed with the debate. I know that there is an attempt to give the Commission powers to make regulations. Those regulations require parliamentary approval. I just want that very clearly understood. And the provision that governs that is 170, subsection 7 of the Constitution. And the Commission by itself cannot do it. It must do so through the minister. Through the minister. The Honorable Paramount Chief Faikour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you've taken some of the wind from your input. And when I looked at this from section 12, section 43, the leader of government business brought in section 12. But if you go further, you look at section 43, the commission, by statutory instrument, after consultations with the Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, make regulations for giving effect to this act. I thought of it that there we have to look at it and amend it. And you brought in that right now, so I will not indulge on that again. This is a very serious, critical bill. It is very important, sitting here, looking and listening, knowing that we have to put in laws that should be laws that can protect us even when we are not in power. It's very important. Let us don't legislate because I am on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. What is good for the nation is what should be the law. You should not put the law, and you should not think of the law that when I am in the other side, I will favor it. But when I'm not on that other side, it will be against me. So my appeal is that the God of the mountain is the God of the valley. The God of the day is the God of the night. The God of today is the God of tomorrow. So, you see, we want freedom. But too much discipline without freedom is tyranny. Too much discipline without freedom is tyranny. But too much freedom without discipline is anarchy. So that is the balance we have to.
Where is Lahai Mara?
Too much freedom without discipline is anarchy. But too much discipline without freedom is tyranny. So, as somebody who did chemistry, you have to look at the equilibrium, the balance of, yes, of how the reaction goes. Yes. So, this bill, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the balance, the equilibrium. Where are we going to put in the chemicals? Is it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side? Is it going to be balanced? That the reaction goes on both sides equally? So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I like what the minister said today. The bill, according to him, the Repeal Act is or was older than him. And ever since the imposition of that bill here by Sir Milton Magai, people have always asked for that bill to go out of the laws of Sierra Leone. People will say it when they are in the opposition, but when they come to power, they look at it. They don't use it, but they look at it as a balance that I can use it. It's a weapon. I can hit. President Jankaba said he was going to repeal it. I was here, 1996. He never did. Our president, my friend, my brother had it. He never repealed it. But I have so many brothers. But I am so lucky in Sierra Leone that President Mahathir is my. In fact, he calls me that. And Anes calls me the brother. And I'm a real brother. No, he's my brother. So, you see, today,
He mentioned Sir Milton as one of the prime ministers. Sir Albert, it has to be corrected, Mr. Speaker.
What about his friend and brother?
Thank you, sir. So today, everybody here is supportive of the removal of this bill from the laws of Sierra Leone. But also we have to put a balance so that we don't create anarchy. We have to put a balance for us to not to put in a tyranny. The balance. Well, the balance is when we come to the committee stage, we will look at it as an act of parliament. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I listen to pronunciations in my country, abusive languages, offensive languages, I as a paramount chief, including my colleagues, who should keep the traditions, customs, and culture of our country, I feel very, very disappointed that we have children, people who have no respect for authority. Everybody here in this parliament is a right honorable member of parliament. They don't, when we go to Britain, they don't only say the honorable, they say the right honorable. You carry certain respect, dignity to maintain the laws and rules of your country. So we have to look at things like this, wherein people will have to, I can oppose you, but that does not mean I have to be offensive. I can oppose you, it doesn't mean I have to be aggressive, to disrespect you and your family. No. We all went to schools. You are highly educated. I know when I was in school, we are many in the house. In the school, we had green, blue, red, and yellow houses. So when we play football, I was in the green. My younger brother was in the red. But he was very aggressive. But when we are in the field, yes, my younger brother, who is now in America, was in the red. So when we play, I will not allow him to defeat us. And we play hardball. But when we finish, we take our clothes, we go to the house. Yes, we are in the green, then I will take mine. At that time, no, in my house, in my primary school. But when I went to boys' secondary school, I was in the blue house in Donovan. But we argue, we disagree in the field, but when we go home, we eat the same rice, we sleep on the same bed, we use the same clothes to wear. So we are not enemies. But in the field of play, he would want to win, and I would want to win. My other brother in the yellow house, the same thing. Yes, you see. So but when we go home, we are brothers. We laugh at each other and end it from the field. So this is what is expected. I was in Donovan in Maboroka. Ernest Goma was in McRoberts. We play ball, hard ball. But after that, you know, we are friends. So we expect the same thing in our national politics. That we should be together, promote the nation together, and do what is best for the nation. This is what we as Paramount Chief do expect
from the highly educated people of this country who are the politicians. So, for me, I am very thankful to the nation that today this act that has existed from 1965 passed in this parliament. Today, a younger person was lucky or is lucky enough to repeal it. And he has put in a replacement of which we are now debating. We have to sit as a group, not to look at that I am in the opposition or I am in the government, because the God of the night is going to be the God of the day. So we have to look at what we should do, Mr. Speaker, to bring peace and stability into the country. When we talk of absolute freedom, when we think of what happened in Rwanda, how people were speaking in that Rwanda, the issues that came out is terrible. So therefore, we will support the freedom of the press. We will now want to see the press, a responsible press, not for somebody just to sit down and drop out. Some of them, maybe, I'm not saying that we have highly educated people, well-matured people. We want to see a good reporting, a disciplined reporting, newspapers that can go out to find out the truth of the matter before they write. They should not be influenced by somebody in authority or somebody that they have a relationship for him to write, or for somebody to write an article and pass it over for them to print. It's going to affect all of us here. Every member of parliament here would want to have a favorable presentation to the public. And nobody will want to see somebody to lie against an honorable member of parliament. That is not good enough. And it will bring down the image of this country. We have too many newspapers. If I could remember, Washington, D.C. had only 2 newspapers. The Washington Post and the Star. Those were the only newspapers at the time. In New York, the most famous newspaper is the New York Times. The others are 2 or 3 or 4. But here we have too many. But it is good they are practicing. They will mature and become responsible. This is why all of us as members of parliament, including all the political parties, the paramount chiefs, the slide will come together. And Mr. Speaker, I don't know, I'm sure SLAG has a code of ethics. If they want us to do a very good job, to work with them, to bring in a good document, a good bill that will pass here as an act of parliament for the president to sign, I'm sure they could pass those code of ethics that they control themselves. When we talk of too much freedom, even the medical association has rules, code of conduct, code of ethics that control them, how they do their job. So I am appealing to all members of parliament for us to go together and sit with the legislative committee on both sides and try to bring in a document that, a bill that will really be acceptable on both sides of this parliament. Because this is a very useful document and it's going to be very critical. We don't want for the opposition to be afraid of it, to put in something there that they will feel threatened. And we don't want to put in something that will make the government non-governable, non-functional. So I am sure that the balance is going to be there. I hope this chairman of the legislative committee will invite very key people like the experienced people there. We have 2 former ministers and other responsible lawyers, so that the bill will pass here unanimously without anybody being afraid of which side I'm on this way. So I'm expecting the leaders of the parties to put up a team that will work together with the legislative committee, so that when they come here, it will be very easy for us to accept it. And it will not give fear to anybody. This is my own intervention, that too much freedom without discipline is anarchy. But too much discipline without freedom is tyranny. And if you are tyrannical today, maybe, who knows, tomorrow you will be the victim. So that is my conclusion, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me this.
I thank the Honorable Paramount Chief for those wise words. Great words of wisdom. Now, frankly, I have to cut this debate now and bring it to a close. We'll have an opportunity in the legislative committee to do justice to the bill. So I'm only going to recognize one more speaker, and I want to change the tempo. I want to change the tempo. And IB Cargo is on the ready. I'll give the floor to the Honorable Abubakar Fofana of Constituency 107. The Marxist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, but please, if you begin to fly higher than we can comprehend, I will have to cut you short.
What I will do today is to do justice to this nation and to prove to this House that I'm a responsible member of Parliament who seek the interests of the people of Sierra Leone. And so, Mr. Speaker, may I lay your fears that I will speak just and with sincerity and to the goodwill of the nation as well. This bill, both the Independent Media Commission bill and that of the repeal, to me, conclusively, I'll say, I put it in an economics word, a marginal rate of technical substitution. That's the Marxist. A marginal rate of technical
please. Mr. Speaker, let's wait. Mr. Speaker, Wait.
I've just started, Mr. Leader.
Just wait. Mr. Speaker, we have been yearning to get lectures from our colleagues. This is an opportunity for us to listen to this. Mr. Speaker, the economic jargon we are looking for in this business. So we want to get some interpretation as it goes along. Give him some time, Mr. Speaker. Give him some time. That's the matter.
Did anyone come with a dictionary?
The Oxford, you know, expression of the
Oxford,
he has the Cambridge.
No, Cambridge or Oxford. They will not match.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Go ahead. I will recommend neither Cambridge nor Oxford. Yours is a special dictionary.
Let me gratify the leader of government business in this house for at least giving me the opportunity, at least talking to the speaker. Having stood for quite some time now, the speaker has ceased to recognize me because he thinks I come up with words beyond the Oxford dictionary. But I'm not even up to that because I'm a growing academic, just a small boy. However, I said when I juxtapose both the Independent Media Commission Act and that of the repeal, I see both as a marginal rates of technical substitution. And I'm sure my brother from the other side knows what I mean by a marginal rate of technical substitution, because it's coming from maximization, isn't it? All right. What do I mean? What do I mean by this? The regulation set forth in the Independent Media Commission bill is to do good and to favor on the part of we politicians hiding in the gloves, bringing forth regulations that are almost equal to the criminal libel law. I don't want to tell you that I'm in illegal school. No, yes, I'm in illegal school for 3 years now, and I know what I'm saying here. The regulation set forth, which the media practitioners has been criticizing to say section 25(1) of the Act number 6 of 1991 Constitution has indeed reduced their freedom, has tampered with their freedom. But I also want to talk to the media house firstly in proceeding with my debate, because what is criminal is when they defame somebody's character. When they defame somebody's character is what is criminal. And so if you know you practice good journalism, you ought not to fear the law. You ought not. They've been written all over the places, writing articles, we must repeal criminal law. Why are you afraid of criminal law? When you know you want to do just to this nation. The media in the West, like the United States of America, is used to promote the goodwill of America. It's used to promote the ideals of America. Democracy is a new civilization, I know. Governance has moved away from capitalism, socialism, to what we call democracy. Yes, democracy goes with civilization. And how far are we civilized? How far are we civilized? I've been privileged to teach media and gender in the School of Journalism for about 3-4 years. I've been asking some journalists to name me one media theory and they can't. I support the minister to say they must be grounded, they must be trained and qualified. At least the NCTVA offers program for journalism diploma. Some of these walkie-talkie you give to these boys around should be trained. So many times in my constituency, some journalists don't want to comfort me. They said, Ambakafofona is a hard stone. I said, are you trained? Where? Are you a walkie-talkie holder? Or a kangaroo journalist? So you ought to have some orientation, some professional orientation. But it is true to say, Sir Albert Magai, in his blessed wisdom, decided to enact this law because we as citizens of Sierra Leone don't even love Sierra Leone. The West media, they diversify their media publications, right? Some are on education, bringing new materials, educating the public. Some on economics, like in Sierra Leone, you have good things to write about. The agriculture, the landscape, the geography, everything we have. You need to promote the ideas, you need to attract investors. But you know what journalist does is to go after politicians day after night. That's what you do. That's what exactly you do. And some of us who are so responsible. We are not afraid of the media. I am not afraid of the media because I count and I check my steps and what I do. Exactly. You see, but this is the sincere things we are talking about here. So if you want us, members of parliament, to repeal criminal libel law, then we must go with suggestions of the minister. It doesn't mean only the owner of the publication, but even the boys who give walkie-talkie to go around. They should be well trained. And on the political side, I know today the SLPP is scoring a penalty kick because it has once promised in their manifesto. And His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, is serious about it because he wants to fulfill his commitment to this nation. Talk and do. It is also important to state in this debate that, indeed, his ancestors, his predecessors brought this draconian law to this house. So if they take it out again, no problem. Hence, for the interest of the public, we now know that it comes from the other side and it's going to the other side. Mr. Speaker, please be calm. I've been intimidated by your eyes. That's the man. I also did my best. That's the man. So I know if SOT, if the body watch speaking some line also, they have to take time with the end of quote. Indeed.
I was watching with admiration.
Mr. Minister, I want to thank you very much. After a long journey, and with all your predecessors, have you ever reason to ask the question, why has they failed to enact this bill? And how are you so lucky? Or to repeal this bill or to enact a new law? How are you so lucky? But let's go back to history. Let's go back to history. Because for me, it was the best moment of the late President Jan Kaba, who I consider to be one of the most democratic presidents in Sierra Leone. So we have, yes, so we have repealed this bill. But he did it with his wisdom, with his democratic knowledge. He came from the West Wall. Yeah, he came from here, just like we have the Koto Al-Hassan with us here. Yes, but he did not, in his wisdom, knew very well that Sierra Leoneans, we are not so honest in dealing with the affairs of our state. And that the journalists of this country had a lot of good things to portray, but rather they still come after the speaker. I remember I saw something in a post sometime ago against the speaker. Publications. But again, if we send this to the civil law, how effective is the judiciary? Because I'm skeptical about the judiciary being efficient. Civil cases in court have been there for over 5, 6, 7, having damaged my character. Just a minute, and you go to court for 3, 4 hours. The journalists are now comfortable. As long as they are not in the bars, they will now go to court. They know that the judiciary is lackadaisical. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me. Go to history, go to court. You found cases there, Mr. Speaker, that are taking over a decade without judgment. If the journalists were so sincere, I refer them to a case of Christopher Mills versus Mail newspaper in 1991. The Supreme Court ruled, and I quote, "It was decided that a press house cannot be convicted of libel for publication made in the interest of the public." So why are you jittery of criminal libel law? This is a precedent set. You and your lawyers should have been to this precedent. But you are now rushing criminal libel law because the president has said so you want to score a mark. Yeah, that's the SFP score the mark. But I hope.
Laimara, you've missed a lot. but it's good. It's good you've come. It's never too late.
I hope you do just to this nation. And I hope you report sincerely for me. I'm interested if the media practitioners, the media houses report the goodwill we have in Sierra Leone. Tell the world that we have minerals. Tell the world that agriculture is thriving well. Will you attract, go to the places and make video documentary? But I am not after politicians. You have diversity in this profession. To be a journalist is to be vast in him. Sources of knowledge. Yeah, but all what you do, I'm going to say so too. Like that honorable, I don't know, the president, this minister, that's what you do. You have diversity. Promote Sierra Leone with the media. We've been learning from the media. Some of us in our academic research to go through the media and enjoy. People have time. When we want to find sources of knowledge, when you go into the internet, you find more writers in Sierra Leone. You don't help us. Seeking knowledge. All what you talk about politics. I think politics hold the fabrics of your enjoyment, your entertainment. You blame politicians for your poverty. You blame politicians. It is wrong. It is wrong. No, it is not politicians. We are going to think for development. We are all actors. It is our action and inaction justify the relevance of what we are Sierra Leoneans. It is not a thing to laugh. Let me tell you how to damage Sierra Leone in the social media. Let me tell you how to damage Sierra Leone. God bless the match. They damage Sierra Leone in the social media. Because when investors think let us come to Sierra Leone, you have a kangaroo journalist typing XYZ, political unrest, blah, 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 and boom. And so, when we are suffering from economic depression, they now blame politicians. They themselves are making it all. So please, when you write well for Sierra Leone. If the president is not performing, find a way to put it euphemism. In English language, euphemism means you put hard things in a soft way. You attack personalities. I've had journalists attacking the personalities of statesmen with fabrication, with impunity. We need not. As we are moving now, as society moves to what I call mechanical solidarity to organic solidarity. From homogeneity to heterogeneity, the masses. From traditionality to modernization, the masses. We will hold you accountable if you don't train and if you don't teach your walkie-talkie boys. Yes, please, sir, I'm a journalist. Talk what? I am speaking for the nation with no hesitation because most of the MPs that have been contributing, they tend to fear journalists. On what notion? No, it is the leverage of MPs either to adopt this bill or not. All the other presidents who are so wise did not repeal this bill for the fear that they will tarnish the characters of politicians. This is sincere. And so your quest, the name of Umaro Fofana being mentioned here, I ask myself, does he want to be a politician? Because he's not the only BBC media reporter in Africa whose name is worthy mentioned in the House of Representation, whose name is only worthy mentioning in the House of Lawmaking. No. It is wrong, that's mine, no problem. But we are seeking for a diversity in media publication rather than political topics. That's my point here. I want to see you using your expertise in agriculture, if you can. Environmental problems, social diversity, economic difficulties. You can help us advertise Sierra Leone because we know we are rich in resources. We know. But when you ask you distract investors. His Excellency the President, blah, blah, blah. The Speaker of the Parliament, blah, blah, blah. And so they feel discouraged. In the principles of economics, one way we can attract investment is political stability, which we have to encourage. In my constituency, there is no distinction between APC and SLPP. I don't encourage that. Because once I encourage that, I'm creating a very big divide. I'll not be able to lead. So we created that level platform. The SLPP district chair lady used to go to me. We share knowledge. We share resources. This is how we, even in this parliament, this is what we need to do. I commend the present leader of government business. He's a responsible leader. Because I don't want to still into your time. I had prepared for the public order repeal before this time, but it's just a switch over. So that this day will not miss me. And so, Mr. Speaker, continue giving me time. I will not quote theories now, but I will leave it with the hadith. As a sheikh, I dare not sit without a hadith, and it's on Hadith Kursi, one of the most important hadiths of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that hadith addressed leaders. That firstly, the leader must fear the supreme being who created all of us. And no man is going to live in this earth forever. So whatever thing we do now, like Chief Baikur did say, let's fear Allah alone in our dealings. And the Prophet said, and I quote, each and every one of you is a leader and must account for his stewardship. So accountability as a democratic good governance principle does not only limit to the people we represent, but does reflect to the Almighty Allah. He said, "Kulukum ra'iya wa kulukum mas'ula an ra'iyatihi." Mr. Speaker will come to me. I shall be account. Myself as an MP will have to be account. Thank God I'm not giving constituency development for anymore. So the bridges and roads that I make is out of my small amount of money. But in any case, even in dealing with the cause of people, we must be just. And with this, I thank you. And I want to tell journalists that we will look at you closely. God bless you all. God bless the
Mr. Speaker, do you see this? Honorable members, I promised I was going to change the tempo, and I think you will all agree with me that I succeeded in changing the tempo. And even the journalists in our midst appreciated the change of tempo. Okay, let's wind up. Let's wind up. It's getting close to 5 o'clock. Let me start with the Honorable Kande Kole Yumkela, followed by C4C, followed by the Leader of the Opposition, and we'll end with the Leader of Government.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We don't have a lot to say this afternoon because we expect that all of this will go back to the Legislative Committee, if I'm right, Honorable Leader of Government Business. All what our colleagues have said, I'm sure the chairman of that committee has taken note. We also know that we have a letter, a copy of a letter from SLAJ, and they've given specific areas where they wanted some work done. I suppose from what Sheikh has said, the SLAJ understands that the concern Parliament has is the reputation of citizens not to be destroyed. We've seen character assassination. Some of us call character assassination as reputational terrorism. You attack the individual, you destroy their reputation, they can't react. They don't have the means to go, and the judiciary doesn't work, where you can go and seek redress. So because of that, yes, there must be safeguards, and IMC is important. One of the key issues we have as an issue as NGC is the independence of the IMC. If the IMC is not independent, to go back to what Chief Baiku said, you give them a lot of powers, those powers will be used to again suppress freedom of speech. So the Legislative Committee, as you look at these amendments, to what extent can we also ensure an effective, independent IMC that is not a political instrument to in fact restrict the very freedom of the media and press that we want to institute? I am all for professionalism, so I fully agree with the Minister's concern and what Honorable Sheikh has also said. professionalism matters. We can't sacrifice professionalism at all. How do we ensure that? Is it the degree qualifications that have been prescribed? Those are all issues I am sure we will debate in the legislative committee, but it is important. Also, I see some sense in why there is push for corporatization, making corporate entities of media houses. But again, we don't want to stop sole proprietorship either. So Chief Baiku's point is important. We want to give a lot of freedoms, but we also want responsibility and an instrument, a framework that will ensure discipline and professionalism in the practice. So we need to look at the composition of IMC itself. If I give you an analogy from energy, we're struggling now in a number of African countries to help the energy regulators not to stifle investments in energy markets. Some of them still don't understand what their role is and how they are supposed to create markets, not suppress markets. So here it is the same with the IMC. We give credit to Julius Spencer for being, and President Kaba at that time, for creating the IMC. But if we are going to vest so much powers in them, we better check carefully about their own composition and their own professionalism as well. My last comment will be that it needs to be emphasized that we're not just trying to protect the reputation of politicians. It is the citizens. There are ordinary citizens, professionals and others who also care about their reputation. And therefore, we are asking our journalists, as we give freedom to you, please be mindful that when you injure an individual's reputation, sometimes it's not the individual alone. It's the whole family and the whole clan, because they represent certain communities. So we implore you that, and we are happy that we're going to send this back to committee. It is complex to find this sweet spot, this optimal balance between freedoms and responsibilities. When my colleague mentioned absolute freedom, I had to Google it, because for me it was a challenge philosophically. Can there be absolute freedom? And I've been Googling now and checking. Philosophically, there is no absolute freedom. Even we in Parliament were regulated, as Tawa said, by our committee of privileges, where in communities were regulated by the norms of those communities and their rules within which you should perform. So I was debating here with Honorable Lahaimara. I say, let's check absolutism. It doesn't exist in freedom. So it is not that I was disagreeing with what you said. For me, it was just an exciting concept that you can grant absolute freedoms. I don't believe in absolute freedoms. I believe in relative freedoms that are also guarded by values, norms, and the rules of the game. The rules of the game have to ensure that you don't prejudice the rights and privileges of other citizens. So, Mr. Minister, again, thank you for taking this bold initiative. These are the kinds of debates we look forward to in our House of Parliament, where we're creating institutions that will outlive governments. Yeah, this is not about the SLPP government today, and it is good. Honorable I.B. Kagwa, at the start of this, showed this genesis, this history that has gone over 2 decades in bringing this here today. And we assure you that we'll take it serious. We want the journalists to know that, yes, part of our responsibility here as the representatives of the people is to protect their rights as well. And so freedoms will be given, but we'll demand responsibility, and we'll set up a framework that will ensure we protect our citizens. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Member for his contribution, and I'll give the floor to Honorable Emerson Lamina.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the C4C hold a belief that the media is a fundamental human right of all citizens and, by extension, freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we hope to see that SO 51 is invoked on this particular bill Thereby, we have the chance to scrutinize this particular bill very, very well. In any case, Mr. Speaker, we must commend the Minister for pioneering this particular bill that will soon be passed into law. But having meticulously watched at the very bill, two things come to mind that are very, very glaring, Mr. Speaker. Part 2, Section 3, Subsection 2 is a particular part to watch at. And Part 4, Section 40, Subsection 1 is also a part to watch at. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is my belief, and I always believe, that a leverage will be given to the press and to practice very, very well. But also become scared that qualification called degree or diploma to be prescribed for radio managers or editors of newspapers, I begin to wonder, so wow. What about somebody that must have actually acquired 15 years or 20 years but a strong sixth former who does not possess diploma or degree, yet is capable and can perform very, very well? When I juxtapose that particular section to Section 75 of Sierra Leone's 1991 Constitution, 75D, I clearly see the qualifications of an MP. What does it take to become an MP? It says, let me speak English well, let me comprehend it well, and write it well. I can be an MP. So prescribing diploma or degree for radio station managers or editors, I hope that you look at it with a second eye. I also see a glaring clause from this very bill in Part 4, Section 20, 41B. It is also clear that a commissioner of the IMC chair should be somebody that has an outstanding knowledge of 10 years or have practiced media profession 10 years, or alternatively a lawyer or a judge. I begin to also wonder, why can't we leave journalists to do their own business? It is very, very impossible for a journalist to lead a council in the judiciary. And if it is not possible at all for a journalist to lead a council in the judiciary, why can't we leave journalists to do their own business as long as they are qualified and they can perform? These two things, I see that it will be thoroughly looked at when we reach committee stage. By the time SO 51-1 is invoked, it will be thoroughly looked at for everything. Overall, I see editors and radio managers performing well for the past 2 years. They have been behaving responsibly. My worry only is the cyber law, which we are urgently looking for. By the time we also have devices that will actually decode originators of cancerous messages, then we'll be thinking of having a safer heaven in Sierra Leone. I recall my colleague in the ACP EU Parliament in our last sitting, Dr. Ivy Kago, contributed so well in cyber law. That is the worry that is presently eating up a nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I consider the relationship of the media and we, the politicians, as till death do us part. In a synopsis, I must commend the Honorable Minister, Rado Raman Soare, for this brilliant and bold step, bringing to death the many threats that have been hanging over the media atmosphere. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member and Leader of C4C in Parliament, I give the floor to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Emerson, I'm sure your mic can go off now. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking for Honorable Givao, but I don't know. I pleaded with him to stay around. I pleaded with him. Anyway, Mr. I'll move on then. Mr. Speaker, the day is still young, I'm sure. Definitely, the day is still young. They're speaking. The day is still young. Mr. Speaker, I want to join the queue in continuing to thank the Minister and his team, and by extension, the IMC, SLAJ, and others that have participated in the process of getting us to where we are today as far as the IMC bill is concerned. This amendment is but timely considering the document we discussed this morning. But Mr. Speaker, I was just asking for the chairman of the Legislative Committee because there are so many areas in this bill to be corrected. But that is why we are here. Unlike what an MP said during the privilege, we will not send it back to you to take to cabinet. We will not put you through that hassle. We will assist you in cleaning it up to ensure that whatever we take out will be for the benefit for all of us. Mr. Speaker, there are many areas, so it will be difficult for me to start pointing them out. But thankfully, I'm a member of the committee as well, so I'll have an opportunity to participate. But before proceeding beyond that point, I would also want to encourage the Minister, SLAJ, and others that are interested in this document. When I say the Minister, you or your deputy or whoever you will designate, to be present during the hearings of the Legislative Committee. We will not want to take action or make decisions that will also not be guided. Because I've read this document twice. It was very difficult for me to understand the distinction between licensing and registration until I tried until I identified the distinction between the print and electronic, distinguishing it from that of the digital media. And I'm sure most of us will still be confused, but you will see that there is a clear distinction between licensing and registration. So these are the things we want to know. And there are areas where we have been, just by way of reference, because I will not go into the details. 24(5). It talks about a person contravening subsection 1, committing an offense, and is liable, blah, blah, blah. But when you go to 24(1), I wonder where the offense is coming from. These are the things we'll be looking into. And we'll have to be cautious and patient. So when you come, please don't be mad with us. As MPs, most times we are difficult. There are times when we don't understand. And at that point in time, we are more difficult. When we understand, we are difficult. But when we don't, we are more difficult. So you'll be patient with us. We'll be asking questions and we'll be looking forward to answers that will be convincing us. A lot has been said about qualifications. Even the last speaker from the leader of the C4C, qualification, but we were told during the privilege, quote unquote, that there might be some members of parliament who own radio stations. Whether it is true, I don't know. But but I will encourage colleagues who own media outlets, be it print or electronic, to disclose. Mr. Speaker. But at this point, whilst we are legislating, those who have interest must disclose. If they fail to, and later we find out, and if they had participated effectively, it will affect our work. I want to make that, it's very important for us to take note. Disclose your interest. If you own a radio station, when we are talking about radio and televisions, please step aside. If you own a newspaper or you are a financial contributor to a newspaper, disclose. Because if you find out later, we must not be too good, eh? Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are many things here to talk about. Honorable members, please, this is not for this room. I'm just making my point.
They are compiling the list.
No. Fortunately, I don't own one, so I'm just saying, for those who own. Mr. Speaker, there are many things we will talk about, but it's better to deal with them when we go for the privilege. Who should be an editor, who should not be an editor? When do you disclose your account, or which account should you disclose? These are things, because the minister was very, very frank enough to tell us during the pre-legislative hearing, and as well as the chairman of the IMC, that they have been consulting, and those consultations have led to many, many advanced changes in the bill that we have now. So I'm sure that by the time we meet, there will be better things also to conclude. It's when you talk, you have better conclusions. So that is why we'll be looking forward to seeing them whilst we deliberate, not to direct us, not to dictate on what we do, but to assist us with the expert knowledge that we will need. As the Speaker said, the document is ours. We will not abuse it. We will not be excessive, but we want to make sure that whatever we do is also guided. We don't want to make laws that will not serve its purpose. Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I don't want to be like those who will be talking paragraph by paragraph or line by line. When we come to that stage, what's the definition of a public interest? Or somebody talked about initial licensing or registration and renewal. They cannot be the same. But these are things we will discuss and get the fine details coming out of this document. So for now, I just want to encourage colleagues, those of you with expertise, to join the legislative committee, but more so, Mr. Minister, you are a very busy man. If you know you will not be coming and you have ideas, share them with your deputy and your colleagues. They should be joining us. Same with Sludge and those who will be of use to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, honorable members. Leader of the Opposition, thank you for your rapport. It's very interesting. And here we have to ask members, it's not really in the Parent Act, but for the sake of decency, and we want to start implementing it. The bill yet is in the proposal form. We encourage members, for the sake of integrity of the bill, let us step aside, don't participate in the bill. It's clearly stated in the bill that if you are interested, in fact, in anti-corruption, if you look at the Act, if you want to participate in the bill or in the procurement process, if you are interested, don't sit there. So in as much as we are going to legislate, and you have a radio station, I sponsor a radio station newspaper, for us not to have get a backlash from the public or the journalists, because they know them. You can speak, but you don't contribute, you don't come in. Just if you have an opinion, share it with your colleagues. So that's a decent way to do things. I think we need to set the brightest example at that time. But as you said, there's no perfect law. There's really no perfect law. But what we are doing, the leader of the opposition just said, let us all come together. If I start inviting people, if we come together during the pre-legislative meeting, we cross the T and dot the I's, because we want to see a bill that reflects the interests of the people. The bill that gives the face of this particular repeal and the IMC Act that we are about to repeal. So it's good for us, all of us, if you are interested, to come to the pre-legislative meeting and you have your say. We had a lot of petitions during when we got the bill from the ministry, from Sludge, other media houses. They expressed their concern. and those we are not going to throw away. We are going to take them to the pre-legislative meeting. We try to see, clause by clause, how we try to amend them. They did not do it out of malice. They share their concerns with us. And we rest assured that we are going to follow them. Those that we need, we will discuss them. Those that we don't need, we will debate them. It's a point of argument. And it's like the honorable leader of the opposition said, for him, he would like us to have two pre-legislative meetings. One at the committee stage and with the whole house. So I moved 1 and 2 for 51. So realize that when we come here, it will go to be protracted. Because we want to see the participation of members and do clause by clause, not only the report. So we really want to do justice to the bill. But Lai Mara is my friend, my brother. I don't think, out of exuberance here, I don't know where you're coming from. But if you check section 50, chapter 3, section 15, subsection 2 of the Constitution and 91, you realize that there is no absolute freedom. Honorable Yunkela, you are right. There is no absolute freedom. When you enjoy your freedom, you think about the other person. Freedoms are really always guarded. You have to check your freedom. So there is nothing like absolute freedom. So that one is very clear in the Constitution. I would not like to read the portion of that, but it's very clear. Section 15, part 3 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I heard about public interest. Even when you read about freedom in the Constitution, they are talking about public interest. My honorable member from the leader of government of the opposition, even in the Constitution, in section 50, I'm talking about expressing freedom of another person. It talks about public interest. So at this time, I would like us to try and define what we mean by public interest. As I said, we cannot have a perfect law, but it's good for us to know to give definition in the preliminaries. What do we mean by public interest? Because it's mentioned in the bill in several places. It's in the text. So in the Constitution, the freedom also is talking about public interest. So we need to understand what is this public interest, because they raise it up from the Sludge and other media houses. But Honorable Fofana on the other side raised a very important point, which this bill, the Sheikh Fofana, which this bill seeks to address. Mr. Minister, thank you for putting in that provision. Mr. Speaker, I will go directly to that particular portion of the bill. Section 11, it has to do with the capacity building of our journalists. Sometimes we always say, oh, SO2, but our reckless journalists there. No, what have we done to contribute to that profession? We leave them, the media houses use them, misuse them. We blame them. When they follow us with politicians, we need to guide them, make necessary legislation so we can protect them, help them out. What we are doing now is one way we can help members of the port estate. But what we do, yes, we the politicians also contribute. In as much as you are talking about behind politicians, but what have we done for the journalists to protect them? This is one thing we have done to repeal the Sedition Libel law and to see how best we can protect them within the IMC. The IMC is a baby. You cannot hide from that one. If you go to the genesis of the IMC, they pleaded for it. And the Honorable Ivy Benkabo mentioned it in his opening remarks. Oh, Section 11, Mr. Speaker, I want to read Section 11E. Promotes communication. It has the objects, functions, and powers of the Commission. Promotes communication and media research and development of human resources for the advancement of media industry throughout Sierra Leone. First, we are trying to put qualifications. It's good to put qualifications, but it's also good to capacitate them, Mr. Speaker. We have said if you want to be an editor or a station manager, you have to get first degree or related qualifications. But some of them, they are very poor. They don't have anything. Some of them, they have struggled to pass through the school of journalism, practice by journalists, take them to university, hang on these politicians. But what have we done? Using our own belly, the IMC, to capacitate them. So it's not enshrined in this particular act, in this bill. It's very clear. And if you go to clause 2 of that, 19(1)(c), talking about capacity building, 19(1)(c), 2, 19(1)(c)(2), promoting research. That falls under the policy committee, because they are going to have the policy committee and the IMC. But you see, what is very important, Mr. Minister, is the enforcement and implementation of this, the bills that the act that we do pass here. Is the enforcement and implementation. So something is slightly along the line. We have beautiful laws in Sierra Leone, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Minister, but we don't have the enforcement quality to carry on some of these things. That's why I'm making references to this point. And you, Sludge, you need to bring the media, the IMC on board, put them on their toes for this provision to be carried. So if you look at this provision, it's still talking about capacity building, promoting research, training and professionalism. This one is different. The one is talking about the media housing. This one is talking about the profession itself, the individual that practice this particular profession. Promoting research, training and journal and professionalism in the media industry throughout Sierra Leone. So you see, he has talked about it, bringing it right across the spectrum in Sierra Leone. But it's very important. It's not you always there, the members of SLA, to collect dues. Ensure you capacitate them. Ensure you do the right thing. Use the available laws. Use the available resources they have. They always say, SO2, I am not the money. I don't believe in that. We do the appropriation here. We do everything here. And we have them by line items. They have them. If you look at the back of the appropriation bill, the act, you see that IMC, you see them stated line by line, line item by line item. So for me, it's because all of us are not using the enforcement or the implementation. We are just being a little bit like Adesical, it's with IMC, you know. Who feels it knows it. Slide your in business. If you look at, yes. So that's the reason. Let me take you to the appointment of the chairman. It's because it's very necessary. So for me, then my personal view, we are not at the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. For me, this is their baby. Let us allow them to operate, give them the latitude to have their say. To have for us to have the judiciary coming on board. I mean, and we have in the board set up, you have 2 members of who are going to be legal members. They are professionally the legal advisor to the board, to the commission. So how do we want to have a chairman, even in thinking about having it from the judiciary again, talking about the independence of the commission? Mr. Speaker, when we come to that, we will address that one. But for me, I believe the status quo will remain the same. We look up towards that, and in consultation with the president, they will iron out that one. Some of these things we don't need to dilute. The judiciary remain as they are. We keep them in their own way. We move on with what we have. This is what only we can give the journalists. We call them members of the 4th estate. For me, let us give them that. That is just a proposal. That is my own personal take on that particular clause. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is this principle of my colleagues are talking about. There is intention to muzzle them. If there is a cancellation, for example, the renewal, or if you want to apply, they are not given the chance to apply. It's very clear in the bill. You will seek address from the Court of Appeal. So you have to seek an appeal. It's just a principle of dispensing justice. Even when you are refused, you have a solicitor to be with you. If you get a refusal of a renewal license, you may have in public, in fact, with your solicitor. So if you have your solicitor with you, you challenge the decision from IMC, we go and see and we explain. All of these things are given to us so that we can understand why you need to give space to the journalists to operate. So it's not that the be and the end all of everything. If you refuse to obey, that's why I talk about enforcement. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's very good for us to follow the enforcement rules. If you fail to obey the IMC, they will bring in the police to enforce the order. So let us use the right channel to challenge IMC. Go to the court. But don't say I'm going to challenge. If you say you're not going to give him the right to operate, don't take the laws into your own hand. Because in this bill now, they are going to use the police, somebody who's a superintendent inspector rank They will come with that person to enforce the law. And that's, I mean, we cannot allow you to just operate like the way you feel. You have to obey the necessary laws. So it's also enshrined in the law, in the bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have a problem with part 4. Part 4. When you check the IMC, license validity, everywhere for the radio stations, for the televisions, for the newspaper renewal license, it's talking about 1 year duration, 1 year. But there should be conformity, as I said, in the existing law. There should be conformity. What is happening for the issue of spectrum? So this is a very critical issue, Mr. Minister. You have to take this on board. It's very critical. When they give you license to operate a radio station, you are now going to NATCOM to get a spectrum license. And that spectrum license is telling you that if you don't operate for 2 years, they will cancel the license. And that one is enshrined in the NATCOM Act, Section 31 of that. So that one, we cannot do things like that. So if you want to support IMC, which is an act of parliament, and not an act of parliament, there must be homogeneity in these laws. There must be. But this one is carrying about 1 year, and this one is talking about different year. I think it's sickening and it's unacceptable. That was a grave mistake. So I'm talking to you, Mr. Minister. I'm personally, I'll be looking at that. Honorable leader from the opposition, I will talk to you. We look at that personally. We bring it out from. I will do the amendment. That's what we are here. That's our powers. We have it in the constitution. So we cannot have laws talking about a variant issues. The consistency in the law. That is very important. Oh yes. Yes. But I don't want to overstress the media codes of practice. I don't want to go over it. But believe you me, for fear of God and man, you need to work with SLAG and the IMC, all other bodies. Even if you want to involve members of the Privilege Executive Committee, we have that Daniel here, we have Honorable Daniel Kuroma, we have Honorable Gival. Call them. No, just invite them. You know what? Because these regulations, they are going to be in front of Parliament. They are going to bring them through statutory instruments, Mr. Minister. So, and we are going to look at them. So if you do them, you put all players on board. Because for now, it's just written SLAG and IMC. But for me, we give it a broader scope. You just have the draft, share it with members of Parliament, the committee. Because you are going to put in form of statutory instrument to the minister will lay here. If we are not satisfied with it, what we do, put motion on it, we debate it and throw it away. But I would not like to see that. I would not want to muzzle what is going on. We don't want people to misinterpret what we are doing here. So we would like for you and all other parties, just as what we did, what the honorable leader of the opposition said, we is encouraging you all to participate for us to have a proper bill and to proceed to enact it. Your law is perfect, your law is better based on the pre-legislative hearing. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's good for us to talk about the regulations for enforcement and also in section 43 that to give force of this act when we pass it into law is only given by regulations that will come to Parliament. Please make sure you follow that one, and please make sure you are on the same page with whatever we discuss here. Don't go and say when you go to the IMC to make the regulations, oh, we want this to be here, we want this to be here. Mr. Minister, I want to encourage you. You have started the show. This is a history moment. We are all going to make history. But let us finish the battle. Let us have a proper history. When you do the history, let us judge about what you have done. So that's why I'm encouraging all of us, various provisions we have in the bill, as we have. Honorable members, you are gradually becoming a senior member of Parliament. I would not like to put standing orders on you. Please. Just for example, Mr. Speaker, the last time I was with you in the composition of the commission, we saw SLAG giving this, SLAG giving this. I said, to have a broader scope, I did not see the area of civil society. Let us think about it. Bringing them aboard. There are others who are professionals. in the media practice. Think about it. You know, we are not at this stage. It's about not being everybody in the house. We want to have a broader spectrum in this business. We started with the repeal. We have discussed very well. This is a safeguard. To be very honest, the people are calling for it, and we are going to do a checkmate on this. This one we are going to treat with utmost seriousness. We are politicians, but we are very clever politicians. Honorable Fofana the Sheikh said, people don't respect us. People don't care about us. What they used to bastardize us. People write bad things about us. But that doesn't mean we are not going to do our job. Mr. Speaker is the victim. The president is the victim. All of us. But that cannot stop us. The fear of accident cannot stop us from driving our vehicles. We are going to continue to drive these vehicles for the interest of our nation, for the interest of our destination. So we continue to drive. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank you all. Thank you very much for your presentation and your contribution towards the bill. Everybody, I think this is the spirit of having us together as Sierra Leoneans. We are not talking about colors here. When we make laws, as I said in the pre-legislative meeting, as I've always said, it's not for a set of people. We are making laws for Sierra Leone. We are not making laws to disadvantage certain sector. We are making laws for the good of Sierra Leone, for the good of all. Honorable Baiku said, not because you are in the driving seat today. Tomorrow, think about it, that you will be out of the driving seat. Maybe it's going to be for 50 years. One day, you'll be out of the driving seat. So let us be careful what we do. So in this business of enactment of the IMC, we are going to repeal. I want to say a big thank you to the minister. He has been very forceful about this. He has been very passionate about this. So we too in the house, so Mr. Speaker, so everybody, it's not only about members of the Fourth Estate. This is a government deal. We are trying to push it because we see the interest of it. It's about manifesto for everybody. It's enshrined in the manifesto of APC, SLPP, NGC, and the C4C. So it's just because we are not in the driving seat, we have shown commitment, we have shown holiness. So this is a holy alliance. This is a big holy alliance for all of us to do the repeal and have the IMC to review the act, to have a better act so that we are all to work with it in the interest of Sierra Leone. I thank you all. Thank you very much. May God bless us all.
Leader of Government Business, Mr. Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of Parliament, thank you so very much for the very sustained interest you have demonstrated in discussing the two instruments before you today. God bless you. Just to put things in context, yes, there has been enormous pressure. I have come under enormous and very sustained pressure. But guess what? This pressure has come mainly from His Excellency the President, retired Brigadier Julius Maada Bio. I have not known rest since he pronounced that he will repeal the criminal libel law and make the future of journalism better. I have come under very sustained pressure. I have, as a result of that, also ensured that I've carried Sludge and all of the team along. I find them very willing accomplices. You have seen Kelvin. He has been a true beacon of leadership. He wants the very best for his association, and I'll be very pleased to see this repeal happen in his lifetime. You know, they have struggled for it so very much in times past. But this time they found us willing, ready, and quite ready to walk the walk. And with all of your support, together we shall make this happen. So, there has been issues about media ownership. Yes, in the law we did indicate corporatization. Concerns have been expressed. Like I said, since we published the draft bill, we have had a lot of further discussions and conversations with Sludge, and on many of the initially contentious issues, we have had a consensus. We have had a meeting of the mind. For example, in terms of media ownership now, we propose we retain both the corporate body and sole proprietorship. We live in a country where most of our businesses are sole proprietorship, except if we want to hoodwink ourselves. Around the world, in the UK, for example, there is the Body Shop. The Body Shop was started by Anita Roddick. Anita Roddick was a sole proprietor. She just wanted to find something for herself and her kids. It ended up blossoming to a multi-million-dollar business existing in over 50 countries around the world. So nobody's underestimating the power of sole proprietorship. We can have it alongside. So if that were an issue of contention, there is a consensus on it moving forward. So last time I checked, as per the registration, you have over 150 registered newspapers in Sierra Leone. You have about 150 registered community radio stations. You have an excess of 200 newspapers registered, right? In excess of 25 TV and other stations, whether D2H or whichever. So this is a fertile ground for a thriving media ecology. But the point here is, with these laws, we can only make journalism better. Let me share a quick insight with you. A couple of years ago, Nigeria had a bank governor called Lamido Salisu Lamido. I'm not quite sure what the right name is. Yes, now the Emir of Kototo, or Kano. Yeah. So, he's been dethroned, yeah, but that's another matter. The real essence here is, when he took over as central bank governor in Nigeria, banks were failing regularly. Almost on a daily basis, Nigeria banks were failing. So he looked at the law, he increased capitalization requirements and put in place other stringent measures. Today, that is why you have very resilient Nigerian banks turning over huge profits to their shareholders and what have you. This is my vision for the Sierra Leone media. I want IB and many others around Sierra Leone to invest in the media. At the end of the year, you go to a shareholders meeting and you go home or to your bank always smiling. But it's only bold steps like this that is going to lead to that. There are also concerns about the tortuous judicial process if we want to go civil. Well, in the proposed bill, we have also indicated that when the IMC disciplinary committee sits, they sit with the status of a high court, if this house so pleases, so that the tortuous maneuverings in the ordinary court of the land will be truncated, right? And people will not suffer forever. Well, that is within your competence. You know. The bill notes that they have the status of a high court when they sit at disciplinary committee. Yes. So, well, yes. So people have mentioned rules of procedure, rules of this, and the real issue is we have indicated that during the period, if somebody appeals the decision of the disciplinary committee, during that period until there is a ruling by the appeal court, you know, the disciplinary committee decision starts. So that's something we'll probably have to look at. This is quite grey. We have never thought about it. Compensation for unjustified closures. I mean, that will be probably something that the privilege could go more strictly into. Yes. There have been concerns about the independence or otherwise of the IMC. I like to guarantee on my honor that when it comes to choosing the IMC officials and they are here, Sludge nominated all of the people, including the chairman himself. They nominated persons, and amongst their nominees, we choose somebody to lead the commission, right? Professional associations also said the engineering society, the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers and others. So the IMC is definitely, you know, a very independent group. We do our very best to ensure that we don't think out their independence, you know, but your concerns are justified. Bad leaders might want to do overreaches, but we have not done, and we don't intend to do that at all. Again, there are very legitimate concerns about social media recklessness. A lot of issues on social media. I mean, social media is a double-edged sword. I will not throw it out. I will not trash it. We have had situations where social media has come to our rescue. When we had the mudslide, for example, social media was readily at hand to support relief and recovery efforts, right? You know, for many people, the first news first broke on social media, as a matter of fact, right? So it has been useful in many ways, right? But you also find that it can be really, really unpunctuated and reckless, and it has been that for the most part. Some people sit in the comfort of their homes abroad and threaten the peace, stability, and tranquility of this nation. This is not what Sierra Leone wants, and we don't deserve that. Like the very grandiloquent, flamboyant, and mesmerizing Honorable Sheikh said, we all should be in the business of packaging and marketing Sierra Leone so that the country is able, we are able to reposition her to attract her fair share of foreign direct investment. That is what we should all do, whether from social media or in mainstream media. But I have good news in the offing. As part of conference diplomacy, last year while traveling abroad, I was able to court the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe has supported many countries around West Africa to develop their cybersecurity legislations and to build capacity for both the police and the judiciary to be able to deal with issues of electronic evidence and related other issues. I am pleased to note that with their support, we've been able to put together a cybersecurity bill, which is currently here. I just want this done and over with, then I will still build Parliament again to do that, to pass this through. Again, that is very important. Because IB was former Minister of Information and Communications. During that period, African leaders acceded to what we call the Malabo Accord. Sierra Leone is yet to domesticate that. So I'll be coming with that, or the Minister of Foreign Affairs will be coming with both the Malabo Accord and, the other accord, so that we can accede to the Budapest Convention. Once these things are done, we will get a lot of support to train our judiciary in areas of electronic evidence. We can get mutual legal assistance when it comes to dealing with citizens of Sierra Leone who sit abroad and threaten the peace, stability, and security of our country. Issues around child pornography, issues around thinking with electronic evidence, and all of those things, computer systems, incitement, and other things will be dealt with under the cybersecurity legislation. And I'm sure all well-meaning Sierra Leoneans look forward to that bill coming here. It's done, it's already here, but I just had to get the priority list so that when we come, I wanted the journalists who are done and dealt with, so that when we come to the cybersecurity commitment, they will be with us to give us all the necessary publicity. Yeah, so I have heard that concerns were raised about the fines in the proposed legislation being too high. I remember something my friend and brother Umar Fofana said while during privilege. He warned us, say chiefs should never be angry when they make laws, right? So 30 million leones is not asking for an arm and a leg. In Liberia, I have seen fines for reckless journalism to the tune of $1.5 million. I have seen that, yes, journalists being fined. I'm sure Flag here knows that. No, it's not Liberian dollars, I'm talking US dollars. I know money well. Yes, Ghana. We do not want to go down that cliff, but we simply want, like the Chief Bayekru said, to maintain a delicate balance between freedom and irresponsibility in this case. So, yes, there have been calls for the Media Code of Conduct to be brought here. That will be brought here as statutory instrument, leave here 21 days, and we can have that. I mean, I'm all for that. We're already working on that. I also note my friend, the Ramu-rousing MP who spoke from the opposition side, Honorable Fofana, calling for yes. He called for a diversified media. I could not agree more with him. I'm sure that is the ultimate aspiration. SLAG and the Sierra Leone media fraternity, as they grow old and as we support them in various capacity building opportunities, they also aspire to be one of the very best. After all, I mean, that would just be a return to glory days. This country at some point in our history was the maker for journalism in West Africa. Our journalists here were trailblazers in more ways than one. They taught journalism, they inspired the practice in many other West African countries around the world. So the ultimate aspiration is we'll go back to those glory days. So, yes, somebody has mentioned, and this is something SLAG and I have had quite some brush over, and I'm not going to shift this position. And somebody, was it the leader of government business, or somebody asked, some people might have practiced for 15 years, 20 years, quite bright, right? But they do not have qualifications. So my business will be, if you practice for all these years, you do not see the value in enhancing yourself and in doing continuous professional development, then that is quite a serious problem. We should be concerned about that. So we say, and I will insist for the records, that we have to give people reasons to aspire. We have to give people reasons to aspire. If you join a profession where you want to thrive and reach your fullest potentials, you should be able to do the necessary investment. Right? Yes. I mean, yes, courses might be expensive, but you are lucky. It's happening in an era where you have a government that believes in human capacity development. You have a government that has made clear commitments to support capacity building of the media. So take advantage of this and let us walk this long walk together. It is a journey to excellence, to competitive media landscape in our country. Let us not miss this opportunity. It comes once in a lifetime. So they have mentioned, well, it has kept revisiting. This has kept popping up. I might not be very competent to talk about it now, but let me say this, because I sit in cabinet. People have asked questions. So how could Parliament be legislating, for example, that people should have qualifications to become editors or station managers, when in the Constitution it only stipulates that to become a member of Parliament you only have to be able to read and write. But so my typical response, which I wish to record here, is that Sierra Leoneans have a dim view of that qualification, and that is why during the Constitutional Review Committee recommendations, there was a clear recommendation on that. President Bio's government has already asked the Attorney General to read that document and advise on next steps. Right? So you never know. You never know. That is something that might be revisited. So let's leave that. I will not go beyond that, but that is what it is. No, I won't go there. That's above my pay grade, Honorable. Okay, so yes, Honorable Newman has been quite clear, leader of government business, on the discrepancy between the provisions in the IMC Act and the NATCOM Act. Luckily, I superintend both the institutions, and more luckily, Grammar can allow me, the NATCOM Act itself is under review. So if there is a need to reconcile that discrepancy, there could be no better time to do that than now. Even though, there is a rationale for what it is, but that's something we can talk about another day. So there is a clear concern that there is no civil society representation on the board. I wish to say there is, because I have very intimate knowledge of this bill. There is provision for the Interreligious Council to be represented here. That's a civil society group, stricto sensu, right? So once we get there, the bill provides for that, for a representative of the Interreligious Council, and so that is taken on board. There are other issues here that the bill clearly speaks to, but like you have all said, we still have another opportunity to talk about it at the committee stage. The Ministry of Information and Communications, the Independent Media Commission, Sierra Leone Association of Journalists, and all affiliates, together with the Media Reform Coordinating Group, we send our reconciled position, to the House so that we do not appear as if we are working at cross purposes. Because on most of the issues, we have reached a consensus. There is a clear meeting of the minds. We have said, for example, regarding the chairmanship or the chairpersonship of the commission, yes, SLAC did say if we allow a lawyer or a high court somebody to become chairperson of this, that will be too much foraging into their territory. So agreed, since this is a rights regulation body, we say, okay, we can leave the lawyers out of this, so it becomes an exclusively SLAC. I understand. They are jealously guarding this their institution. This is where after long years of practice, many journalists look forward to be appointed to lead the Independent Media Commission. So if you make that competitive again and say lawyers and judges can become, that will be that will be making it too difficult for them. So I'm with them on this. Right. Many of the other issues have been well spoken to. I need not go over them, but to assure this House that under President Bill's leadership, there will be no attempt, there is no inclination, no appetite whatsoever to control the Independent Media Commission. All we seek to do is to ensure that we broaden the frontiers of freedom, responsible and professional media practice, so that we all can rest with both eyes closed, that nobody will tinker with our hard-earned reputations. I'm heartened by the fact that even though the brightest of angels fell, there are still bright angels. You still have very bright journalists, you have professional journalists that should serve as a beacon of hope as we deliberate the IMCB and do the repeal. I thank you all very much. Okay, so let me now do the last bit. Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read for the second time.
Honorable members, honorable members, the question is that the bill entitled Independent Media Commission Act 2020 be read a second time. All those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The bill entitled the Independent Media Commission Act 2020, being an act to provide for the continuation of the Independent Media Commission, to provide for the registration and regulation of mass media institutions in Sierra Leone, licensing of persons and institutions engaged in radio, television, or direct-to-home, digital satellite service broadcasting, and the registration of persons and institutions engaged in the publication of newspapers, magazines, and newsletters in Sierra Leone, and to provide for other related matters as been read the second time.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I stand on SO 51(1) and 3 to move the bill to the Committee of Pre-Legislative Committee, Legislative Committee for further scrutiny. I move.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, you have a motion before you. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
In accordance with Section 51(1) of the Standing Orders, the bill has been committed to the Legislative Committee for further scrutiny.
Honorable members, I want to thank the Minister and all of us for sitting through the whole day to examine and scrutinize the two bills that we've just committed to the Legislative Committee. In doing so, we've tried to carry the public along with us. I think if there is one occasion when we should be talking about the public interest, it is this one is an exemplary one. We've carried the debate live, not just for our own domestic audience, but for the international audience as well. And we want to express our thanks and appreciation to the media houses that have enabled us to do so, but more especially to the SLBC. We know in the process they have somewhat overlooked their contractual obligations just to ensure that the public interest in this particular instance is enhanced through the live coverage so that the public will be able to follow the debates here today. We want to implore the contractors whose contracts have not been fulfilled through broadcasting, advertisements, and so on and so forth, to please forbear and show understanding, because the overarching interest here was the public interest, that the public should be with us as we debated these two important historical documents. I want to thank all of you for your cooperation and for debating so well today. Announcements. Oh, sorry. Mr. Minister, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, first, thank you once more. Internal notice paper. Lane of papers. I will encourage members to join the briefing tomorrow. The briefing tomorrow for the pre-legislative meeting. We will contact the director of, we send out notice so that people can join and have a briefing tomorrow. I want you to start tomorrow to look at these bills. It's the debate, I'm going to read them, the leader of the opposition. We have omitted a lot of things and new things are coming in. Yes. It's very, lane of papers. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Be it resolved that this Honorable House ratify the following agreement, which was laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, the 17th March 2020. A1, agreement between the government of Sierra Leone, the government of the Republic of Rwanda, and the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone on the exemption of visa requirements for the holders of diplomatic and service passports. A2, general cooperation agreement between the government of the Republic of Rwanda and the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone. A3, general cooperation agreement between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the government of the Republic of Uganda for the establishment of permanent commission for cooperation. A4, memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Sierra Leone on political consultations. A5, memorandum of understanding between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the government of the Republic of Uganda on political consultations. For this bill I'm going to announce, there's going to be a proposed date for pre-leg on Tuesday, 21st July at 10 a.m. in Committee Room 1. Bill, the Consumer Protection Act 2020, Introduction and First Reading, the Minister of Trade and Industry. 2, the Cyber Act 2020, Introduction and First Reading, the Minister of Information and Communications. Thank you very much for your attention.
Before your announcement,
Mr. Speaker, there is a report to be referred to PAC that I want to move.
Okay, let me allow you first.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I hereby move that the performance audit report on the management of government vehicles and Ministry of Transport and Aviation on the Sierra Leone Road Safety Authority, tabled today, 16 July 2020, and the Audit Service Sierra Leone Performance Audit Report on the Management of Passport and Traveling Documents, Sierra Leone Immigration Department, May 2020, tabled in this House on the 2nd July 2020, be referred to the Public Account Committee for investigation or a report table for a debate. Thank you.
Which reports are those?
It is Audit Service, Transport and Aviation, and Immigration. Thank you.
Any seconder?
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor say aye. All against say nay. The ayes have it. I would like to invite the leader of government business and the leader of the opposition to a meeting with me tomorrow. That invitation is against the backdrop of the provisions of Section 93 of the Constitution. We will start. I agree. There is good. Good. Announcement, yeah.
Announcements. Members of the Legislative Committee are invited to a meeting on Monday, 20th July 2020 to deliberate on the bills entitled the Public Order Amendments Act 2020 and the Independent Media Commission Act 2020 at 11 a.m. in Committee Room 1. And this is from the A.O. Kamara family, the late Honorable A.O. Kamara. Dear Honorable Members of Parliament, on behalf of the Kamara family, we say thank you. Thank you for your tremendous support, both morally and financially, in this difficult period. Your support, consolatory messages, and condolences reached us in a moment of despair and helped to comfort and lift us up. It filled our hearts to see and have his work family join our own family in the funeral arrangements and the burial process. We can't thank you enough for spending so much time with us, even under the adverse circumstances. Thank you so much. Kindly be informed that the 40th day activity will be on the 1st and 2nd August at Suibia. Thank you for Mrs. Kamara on behalf of the A.O. Kamara family. Thank you.
Honourable members, to say it's been a long day is an understatement. Once again, I thank all of you for your cooperation and understanding. This House stands adjourned to Thursday, 23rd July at 10 a.m.
The proceedings will actually take place today in the House of Parliament, and we don't hear since this morning around about a little bit over 10 o'clock, and of course Parliament's closed just after 6 p.m. in the evening. Well, just on two bills. One, now the repeal of the Part 5
of the Public Order Act of 1965 and 2, the IMC Act of 2020. But what make we stay so long is that this now the first and second reading in the House of Parliament, so that the parliamentarian will go for a look at them bill and see who side agree with or not, and then they go able for take them back to the legislative committee, then they go for review them back. Because there are certain things, especially in the IMC Act of 2020, we tie to the repeal of the Public Order Act, the Part 5 of Public Order Act of 1965. The reason why they want to make these two bills that go together is that because you get what's called safeguards. Because this, the public, they request for a safeguard. Say, if with a pool, this we will repeal this Act, Part 5 of 1965. Waiting good day, we will make journalists and not take the advantage, you know, pan ordinary citizen or even parliamentarian or dignitaries in the country. So that's the reason why I make the IMC come with the Act of 2020, whereby some good things and they some things and they were not good. In fact, some of the good things that we did is that the media houses they now will make sure say them pay the journalists who they work under them, pay their NACIT, PAYE to government, a lot of other things, because you know go get to media house without paying your staff and even pay NACIT for it. So, but apart from them good things then there are some other things that we actually they need for look into. We perhaps say, you know, go make law tomorrow, then you begin ask again, hey, it will be no. So they go for look at them bill and they make them go to the legislative committee stage, whereby members of parliament on both sides, including the other opposition party, them will go sit down and talk more and make sure say them get proper bill where they go put before this house, who side they all will agree. In other words, what they want to achieve, they want to make sure say when they go to pass this bill, then they don't get anything for free. Everybody go satisfied, because now a bill will not only for journalists but also for the general public. Because even though journalists, the feds, for make the decriminalize that Part 5 of the 1991 Public Order Act of 1965, yet still the public, they ask, waiting actually will be the safeguards whereby journalists not will get a field day. Well, we get a lot of things we did inside that bill day. Well, they not pass them, but they go to the legislative committee, then go look them back. And when they're able to get it now correct, then the minister go lay them, and then they go pass the two bills simultaneously. Thank you very much for viewing. We want to apologize to all we customer them, as the speaker said for we, that today we're not able for sit owner. But please, forgive we, this now on public interest, make we do them so that at least the public self will view the things that will happen in the House of Parliament. But all the same, we will compensate for that. On behalf of the management and staff of the SLBC, and thanks to my colleagues, David Williams, of course, on camera since this morning, and of course I get Abiose Stanley Jr., and I get, of course, Francis Ndanema, and also the technical man, Alex Say, and all my colleagues, the New England, Lester Peak, with our support for make sure say we broadcast live from the House of Parliament. Until then, Mina Dan Mose, the wishing a pleasant good evening, and we'll hand over back to New England Bill Studio for let we continue today's broadcast as we get things them. We, of course, they wait for